Welcome back, everybody. Now we're going to be doing Next.js finally. And I remember we had one introductory level session live stream about Next.js and went really well. A lot of people were excited about it. We basically understood what it, has to offer us. It's a React framework, pretty popular these days. It has so many features and it's super fast and super popular. If you have no understanding of what Next.js is and you have some sort of understanding of React and let's suppose JavaScript, then I would recommend checking out that live stream. You could go back to the live tab over here and go click on this Next.js and you would see it. But in this one, we're going to be continuing off from that live stream, but now I'm going to actually completely create a full stack CRUD based Next.js application. So what we're going to be doing is I'm going to go into the folder structure here. You could see that I already have right now an empty folder created, which is Promptopia, right? What we're going to do is we're going to open up CMD here. And what we're going to do is we're going to go into Visual Studio Code. So I'm actually going to have to cross some of the extra tabs that I have open. And I'm just going to open it up with a brand new directory. Now, remember, I created a new folder, Promptopia, and inside of there, I just created code dot. Now, this is basically a simple VS Code, environment, what you normally see in the beginning. So not that much, but let's go and get a terminal open up. So terminal, new terminal. So that's our terminal right here. And everything seems pretty fine. So what we're going to do is we're going to start out with, the basic command to basically have a Next.js app open up. We have npx create -next -app. And then we're going to have at latest. And then we could actually put // to have everything within that same directory. So I'm just going to do that. And it's saying, would you like to use TypeScript? We're going to say no. Would you like to use ESLint? We're going to say no. And it says, would you like to use Tailwind CSS? We'll say yes. For source directory, would you like to use that source directory? We'll say no here. Would you like to use app router? We'll say yes. And the other one is just the default import alias, and we'll say no. So now it's just going to install all of my dependencies and everything, and I'm just going to wait until all of this is ready. So I'm just going to wait until everything is done. So just it's going to take some time, and it's successfully completed. Amazing. So this is our Next.js app. If I go npm run in dev, you'll see that it'll open up on localhost port 3000. Now I could just copy this link. So I'm just copying it and I'm going to bring it in my browser over here and let's just paste it somewhere right here. And you could see that my Next.js app has to be populated. There you go. This is the Next.js boilerplate, and we'll just modify all of this. So this is how it looks like. Let's go back here and let's just turn off the server and just do basic stuff now. The initial things is that we have to install some. Now these are base dependencies that are already installed, but we have to install some extra dependencies for our project that we're going to be creating. So to install some of them, we'll have npm install, and the first one is bcrypt. So CRYPT. This is going to be used for hashing passwords, okay? And that's why we need this one. The next one is going to be MongoDB, and this is going to be used for, for the database, MongoDB. And then we're going to have Mongoose, which is going to be used to help manage the Mongo database. And then we have the next-auth, so for authentication and everything. To be sure that the spellings are correct, the bcrypt is the same thing, CRYPT. Okay, now we're just going to press enter, and this should install these dependencies for our project as well. Once it's done, what we're going to do is we're just going to wait until it's completed, and it just takes some sort of time. We have this npm warn, but 28 packages are looking for funding. Everything is done. Look, it's done. Now what the thing is that we have this app folder, remember, and then there's this layout.js. and the page.js. And if you don't know the folder structure and file structure, I would recommend checking out that initial live stream where I gave a complete understanding of what Next.js, structure and how it works and everything. But you can see right now this layout.js is the entire layout of the application, and this page.js is the first page that you're looking at. You know, the page that I actually ran on the computer, this page, that's coming out from page.js. So what we're going to do is we're actually going to get this whole app folder and just going to delete it. So there should be a delete button, and we're going to remove it. So it's gone. Now we're going to create our new app folder ourselves because we're going to do everything from scratch. So let's go here, and on our root folder, I'm just going to create folder, and I'm going to call it app. That's it. And now that we have that, let's create another folder for some other things. So the folder that we need now is another folder, and it's going to be called components. And then we need another folder which has to be called models. So I'll just call it models. And then, the models folder will be used for the MongoDB, Mongoose database models. And the components is going to be used for reusable components that we could use throughout the application. Now we're going to have to delete one more folder, and that's basically the public folder. And I'm just going to do the same thing here, and I'm going to delete it, and I'm going to move to recycle bin. Now what I'm going to have to do again is going to create a new public folder from the root. So and then next public folder like that. And now public folder is created, but we also need more folders, which one is essentially one called the styles, and another one which is going to be called utils or utilities. Okay, so utils is done. And we're going to create one file within the root directory, which is called .env file. And this is used to store the environment variables that we're going to be using. And these environments variables will, store secure keys for our Mongo database, and all that stuff. So after that, we'll have to go to the tailwind.cs.config.js file. And over here, you can see there's some code that's already populated, but we have to override it with some code that I'm going to be sharing right now. So go to this link, and I'm going to share this in the description. We're going to go all the way down to the Tailwind config.js file over here, and we're just going to copy this. So this is being copied, and I'm just going to override it. So I'm just going to delete this, and I'm going to paste the other one. So this is the tailwind.config.js, and make sure it's the same one. After that, when you have all of that done, we have to go to the styles folder, and inside of this folder, we're going to create a new file, and we'll call this as globals.css, and we're going to have to go back to that same exact link, and we're going to find the globals.css file, which is going to be over here. So just make sure you copy this entire thing. I'm going to go all the way to the top, and I'm just going to copy it here. And let's go back to our file and paste it right here. So there you go. The globals has been added as well. You can see there's some styling as well as some Tailwind components. Okay, now after all of that is done, we're going to cross these two things out, and let's go to the public folder. And make sure, when everything is open, I just normally click on this button, and then everything is just, uncollapsed and all. But now we'll go to the public folder, and we'll have to add in some assets. Now for the assets, I create, I had the assets for me. This is my, project. But if I go to the downloads, I'm just going and click on open in new tab. I'm going to have the assets folder, which is over here. And this is the assets folder. I'm going to cut it from here. And I'm going to go here in the Promptopia, and inside the public folder, I'm just going to paste the assets here. So you can see that I just went and did this. Now, where are you guys going to get the assets from? I'm going to also provide a link under the description where you could download the assets. Now, if I view this, you'll see the assets folder. It contains two folders, which is icons and images. These are just used for, the styling and all that. So all of this is going to be provided within the description. Okay, so now if I just show you how it looks like, so there's two folders here, and then images has some, SVGs, and the other one has some things as well. So pretty much that's it. Unclaps everything like that, and now we are, ready. So now let's go to the app folder, and there's nothing in here, so we're going to have to create a new file here, which is going to be called page.jsx. Now what you have to do is you're going to have to create React arrow functional component with export. And if I do rafc, it does that. And if you guys don't know how I did this, remember, check the first live stream. It has every single thing that I explained. And if you want to run this, you go to the extensions, you have to create one. You just have to download ES7 Plus. This is the extension that I'm using for, you know, getting all of this rafc, you know, these extra snippets that I'm using. So over here, what we're going to do is we're going to change this from page to home. And over here, we're going to change it the same. And over here, you can see that it's from import React from React. So it's okay. But normally we wouldn't need this, but I'm just leaving it right there. And inside of this, we also have, let's call it home over here. So that's done. And I'm going to go back here. Now I'm just going to, you know, go back into the app, and let's just create another file. And it's going to be inside of the app. It's going to be called layout.jsx. The layout.jsx also has some rafc, and this is going to be called the root layout. So root layout, like this. Okay, so the thing is, in the layout.jsx file, what you want to do is you're going to have to do one thing on the top. So instead of import React from React, what I would like you to do is you're going to have to import the styles from, you know, /globals.css. So if I type in this means that if there's the styles, there's globals.css, that's being imported. Okay. And one other thing that you might have to do here is you have to export the metadata. So let's go here and say export, and say const metadata is equal to, and then we have the squiggly, you know, squiggly brackets, what I call, and I'll say title for this app will be called Promptopia, and the description would be, you know, something like discover and share AI prompts. Now that's pretty much it. You could see that all of that is done. Put a semicolon there. Inside of this, you know, return over here in this part, which is normally called the JSX fragment. Remember the props you're gonna have to pass in, which is children props. So children, and remember layout is the common layout throughout the entire application. So let's just add some HTML tag in here. So what I'm going to normally do is I'm going to remove this, and I'm going to type in HTML. This has to be changed to HTML as well. Now, the language for this could be set to English. I'll say lang equal to English n. And over here, we could have a body tag. So body like that. And inside the body tag, we'd have a div. The div will have a class name. So class name. Okay, I forgot one V over here. So the class name would be called main, and basically I'm using the globals.css, and there's some, you know, predefined styles for this. That's why inside of this inner would have another div. So I'll have another div in here, and then I'll call this as class name, and I'll call it as gradient. So gradient, and this is a self-closing div like that. Perfect. Now after this div, we'll have another tag, which is called the main tag, and the main tag basically has some class name as well. And this is going to be essentially this gradient. What I added here is just going to give a really nice change to the background of the, you know, website. So what I'm going to do here in the main class name is going to add in an app, and over here we're going to have the you know, children basically paste in here. So, you know, the children will all be over here. Of course, there are going to be some concerns. Let's just see what happens right now. So normally I would add in a semicolon here and a semicolon here. And there's a root layout has to have a semicolon there, but everything else seems fine. But when I run the code, obviously there's going to be some concerns. So I'm going to do npm run dev. And let's see what happens. So it runs to my localhost. I'll go over here and see the application, refresh it once, and you'll see that there's this problem, and it says module not found, can't resolve this style /globals, right? It's coming from that same layout.jsx that we just edited right now. So to fix this issue, we would have to go to the you would have to go to the essentially you would have to go to the jsconfig.json file, and over here you'd see this slash. Just delete the slash and make sure it's just ampersand and asterisk, and then save it. And then once you do that, it should work. So just go back here, and you can see that there's home over here, and then there's this really cool background, and that's the modification there. Okay, so we're continuing from the place where we left off, where we just deleted that /. This basically I did for the reason so that it's all accessible. So jsconfig.json allows me to have the globals.css and everything that I copy accessible. So like at styles/globals.css, I was able to add these custom styles right here. But one other thing that comes around is that when we go to the page.jsx, which is actually the home page for our website, it's gonna incorporate all the globals.css without having me importing it, because I already mentioned it in one site. So this is going to be incorporating it all around, and that slash that we deleted helps us tremendously. So now if you could see, if I go and say control and /, you could see that this is running on localhost port 3000. I just opened it up a couple of times, and this is how it looks like. So you could see right now it's like home, and there's a really nice background. All right, so let's just go back, and I'm not going to turn off the server, and I'm going to go to the page.jsx, which is in the app folder, and we're going to try, first of all, create the home page. So first, what we're going to do is we're going to go up on the top, which is from import React from React. What we're going to do is we're going to actually delete this line, and we'll say import feed. Actually, we're going to have to import a component later on, which is going to be used for getting all the prompts. So basically, I'm creating an application that allows us to write prompts and store them in a database, edit prompts, delete prompts, and view all of them. So all like a CRUD based application, just like tweets, like you could write and you could see all of them. So what we're gonna do essentially is that we have this home, and I'm gonna have the return section over here, and we're just gonna change this from a normal div to a semantic HTML5 section tag, and we're gonna have that changed over here as well. And now inside of this home, what we're gonna do is we're gonna change the class name to width-full, which is full width flex -center to make it all centered, and we'll have flex -call, and this is just gonna allow the elements to fall below one another. And this is all Tailwind CSS. If you don't know Tailwind CSS, I would recommend checking out the website called Tailwind, tailwindcss.com, and you could just type in anything like w-full, and it will teach you what it actually means. So use full width, right? It will just teach you the difference between all of them. So check that out. And if you need any, like, let's suppose complete session on Tailwind, we could do that. Just let me know in the comments. All right, so now what we're gonna do is inside of this section tag that we created, we're gonna create a head1 section. So I'm just gonna have one thing over here. I'm gonna change this, and I'm gonna put my app over here on this page, and I'm gonna put this one over here. I'm gonna drag this down all the way over here, and we're just gonna see side by side what's going on. So let's just put this over here, and let's just put this part over here. All right, so in this section tag, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna add in an h1. So an h1, and the h1 is gonna be like this. Now inside we could add another class name, and we'll just add in head_text. Now essentially this head_text is my custom styling. Now before adding this custom styling, I would just add in the text that I want, and that's called discover and share. So discover, and so ampersand, where are you, share. So if I save this, this should reflect here at any moment. If so refresh, and you can see over here discover and share is up there. Now yes, of course, there's a little bit of styling, but we're gonna have to change this up to a little bit different, and that's where my globals.css, what we are early added, is going to come into play. So head underscore text and text underscore hyphen center. So text hyphen center. If I save this, now you can see it's much more different. This is because I'm using the styles from the globals.css. If you go, all the styling that has underscores is coming from the globals.css, which is in the public styles globals.css. And if you could search that same one, head underscore text, it's just applying, you know, margin top 5 and all that. So this is just coming from there. Just wanted to give a heads out from there. But yeah, this is the first thing that we basically changed. And then after that, we're going under the head section, and we want to add a break. And over here, we're going to have a class name, and we're going to say the max MD, so max devices. We're going to have it hidden. Now, we want to basically create a breakpoint, but we want to hide it for the max devices, and it's just going to be on the large devices, you know, it's going to be hidden. But in the smaller devices, you'll see the breakpoint, okay? And so right now, you know, this is going to be for small devices. You'll see the breakpoint during this endpoint. So over here, what we're going to write is span, and we're going to have the tag closed over here and class name. And I'm going to type in, first I'm going to type in AI, so hyphen powered, AI powered prompts, like that. Save it. Now you can see AI powered prompts is appearing over here, but the thing is that I'm gonna have to change the, you know, the styling. So orange underscore gradient is coming from the globals. So orange gradient, and you can see that changed. And if I do text hyphen center, that's gonna give me the other style from text underscore hyphen center, which is Tailwind. Now you can see that orange underscore gradient and text hyphen center did the trick, and we basically have it there. Now, one thing I wanted to bring up is that this H1 is actually not closing there, but it's going to close all the way till the end right here. So it's going to close here like that. And now you can see that there's not that breakpoint applied, but it's going to be applied over somewhere. Okay, so there's some concern maybe I have, so just 1 second. So over here we have discover and share, and then we have max MD colon hidden. I think I have to have this together. Okay, and then after that I would have orange underscore gradient and text hyphen center, AI powered prompts, span tag closed, head 1 closed. And then after that we have so I'm just checking what I missed out on from here. I'll give a space. It will space it, but I want you know, the breakpoint applied, BR, and it's right here. Max MD colon hidden. So that had to be applied. After that we have max hyphen MD colon hidden, span tag inside of here, orange gradient, text sender, AI powered prompts, head 1 closed, section closed. Let's have it going forward to the paragraph, and let's just see later on. So over here we're gonna have class name, and I'm gonna call it descent. First of all, I'm gonna create the paragraph again. So the paragraph is just a simple text. We're gonna have copy and paste it here, and you could see that it appears like that. Essentially what we want to do is we want to center it, and we want to have it as description, so DSC, and we'll have text hyphen center, and save this, and it looks really nice. That looks amazing. And after that, we have the section being closed. I'll recommend having format refactor, or just fixing up the document, so format document, and that just formats it for you. Now the thing is that we actually need one feed component on the bottom, and that's going to be used to show all of our prompts on the bottom right here. So to have that, let's just have it right now over here. So I'm just going to have it feed, and it's a self-closing component. It doesn't exist right now. Obviously I'm going to get feed is not defined, so I'm just going to comment this one out, and I'm just going to leave it there. All right. And on the top, we're going to have to import it, but right now looks all fine. Regarding the AI over here, I went over here and I saw that section was class name, and that's with full flex center, flex call, head one class name, head underscore text, text hyphen center, and then we have discover and share, and then we have the break tag class name, which is actually head max md colon hidden, and then we have span tag, which is class name orange gradient, and essentially that's broken up there. So I'm just gonna format document again, and I'm gonna have this copied one more time, and paste it right here. So it's the same thing. It's the same thing. If I look at the big screen, it looks really nice. And on the small screens, in the big screen, it looks nice, all really nice. And you can see over here, it has to break. So the only solution right now I have in my mind is just giving it a random space over here where the text AI powered stuff is. So just leave it there, and it just gives us really it just gives us a nice cut over here. So yeah, we're just gonna leave it like that, and I'm just gonna drag it down. All right, so now we're done with that. Let's go and move on to the next part. So the next part is we're gonna have to create a file structure for all of our components. You can see that we have the components folder, but nothing is in there. Remember, I said I have to have a feed component, which is gonna have all the prompts. So I'm just gonna right now just create the complete file structure for our components, and then after that we're gonna write them one by one. So let's just open it up and now have some files written. So the first one is gonna be the feed.jsx. Again, this is going to be for all of our prompts. Then again, inside of this component, we're going to have another component, which is going to be called form.jsx. We're going to have another component in here, and that's going to be called nav.jsx, which is going to be used for the NavBar. Another component within here, and that's going to be called profile.jsx. After that, we have prompt. So we're going to have another component in here. That's going to be called PromptCard.jsx. After that, we have one more component, and that should be called provider.jsx. And now we have all our components completed. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. So now that we have all of that out of the way, now we could go to our layout.jsx, which is inside of our app folder, and over here we're gonna have to modify a few things. So if I go back to my layout.jsx file, you could see that on the top we have this styles / globals, all of that being there, and exporting the metadata, But one thing we have to do is we have to import our NavBar where we just created over here, nav, and we want to have it applicable to every single page in our website. To do that, we'll just go to the layout. Remember, like I told you initially, that layout is the same layout that is everywhere around the whole web application. So I'm gonna essentially go here and I'm gonna import nav from, and I'm gonna say the add components. So components, and I'm gonna say /nav. So all I gotta do is that, and that's it. And one other thing that we're gonna need later on is for the login. So this is gonna be provider from add components. Remember, this is another component that we just created, provider. So we're gonna have that modified as well. So I'm just gonna add it right there. Okay, so now after adding all these two, we're gonna go to the next part. The next part is going down here on the root layout, and you could see the children. The children is on the bottom. But you're gonna have to include your nav bar on the top. So you're gonna say nav and self-closing tag like that, and you should see that it says unsupported server component, and then it has some kind of issue. All right, so let's just refresh this, and it still says the same problem. So let's see where can this issue be from. If I go to the top over here, we have the children, we have the metadata, and we have this components. Nav, it's coming from the components. All that looks fine. But one thing that we didn't do right was that inside of our nav, if I go to the nav component over here, it's nothing over here. So RAF, let's just have RAFCE. And over here, I'm just going to say nav like that. Okay, so now you can see that there's a text over here that says nav, and that's basically added. I didn't have this before, and that's why it was causing the error, but now everything is fine and working. So now that we have the add navigation bar, we'll go to the navigation bar nav, and we're going to have to modify this so that it looks amazing. So that's our next job here. So I'm going to go to the components, and I'm going to go to the nav.jsx, and we're going to start from the top. Essentially, what you want to do is, first, you don't want this nav, right, at all. You want to change it, and you want to do something cool. So I'm going to use client initially, and I'm going to tell you the reason for this later on, is that we're using use states and use effect hooks. So that's going to be client-side rendering, and that's why we're going to use client. Right now, I'll just comment and I'll show you the problems that we'll have. First, we're gonna import the let's just remove this on the top, and I'm just gonna add it whenever it seems right, because right now I'm just going bare bones, and I'm gonna show you that there's gonna be some issues that are gonna be coming around. So over here, I think I just const 1 minute. So so I expected X from const. I mean, that shouldn't be an issue. Yeah. So now over here, what we're going to do is we're going to import the link tag. I mean, not the tag, but the link from the next/link. And this is allow us to move to other pages within our application. And Next.js provides this. Another thing that we need imported is the image. So that's from next hyphen image, and this is going to be used to automatically optimize the images for us. After that, we're going to have the use states. So we're going to use these since there's going to be client-side rendering. So use state and use effect, and we're going to have that from obviously React. And once I do that, you'll see that this common error comes. You're importing a component that needs use effect. It only works in a client component, but none of its parents are marked use client, so they're server components by default. So basically, it's by default server components, and to make them client-based components, you have to type in the use client directive on the top, and that should fix the error. After that, we're gonna import some providers that are gonna be used for login. So authentication, like we're gonna have this from next-auth / React. Now I'll show you what are the things we actually need: the sign in, sign out, use session, and get providers. All right. And the providers could be like Google and other login methods that you normally have. Inside of this nav tag, what we're gonna do now is we're gonna create a tag, which is gonna be called nav. So this is the semantic HTML tag presented in HTML5 nav tag, and inside of this nav tag, we're gonna add in some link tag, but before that, let's add a class name here as well, and this class name should be flex-between with full margin bottom of 16 pixels, pt as 3, position top as 3. Now you can see when I didn't have it, it was a little, and then when I added it, it went a little bit down. So this is just fixing up the styling. Over here, we're gonna have a link tag that we're normally having. Hyperlink reference points to nothing. The class name for this would be flex gap -2. Remember, this is all flex -center. This is all Tailwind CSS. You don't need to memorize everything. It's just that you could look into that website and see whatever you need and just apply whatever you need. After that, inside of this link tag, we have the image tag. So we have the image, and inside of this image will be self-closing, but we'll have things inside of this. So the first thing we have inside of this image is source, and that should be pointing to our assets folder. Assets. So ASSESTS, assets / wait a minute. So /assets / images / logo.svg. Logo.svg.svng. There you go. And if I save it, it says over here that the width property is required. So that's why it's giving me the error. And let's just quickly add that width property. Let's add the alt text for Promptopia logo, Promptopia logo. And then we have the width as 30 pixels, like this. And we'll have the height as 30 pixels. And then after that, we'll have the class name, and that should be an object -contain. After that, we're gonna include the image tag is done. I added the height and width, and this should remove that error. It still doesn't have that logo for some reason. The logo is gonna be included over here, but I can't find it. So I'm gonna look into this right now. So let me just check it out. So images, assets, probably I didn't type in it correct. ASS E like this. Man, I don't even know. Assess. There you go. The logo is appearing on the top, and it's just like a link. It just goes nowhere. And that's pretty much our header navigation on the top should be consistent overall. And what we have here is the paragraph tag. The paragraph tag we have right after the image, and I could add a paragraph tag like this. And for this, I would say Promptopia, and this should appear right there. But let's just make it a little bold and some styling. So let's just make it a little stylish. So class name logo_text, and this is another globals.css. Okay, so now it's not appearing. But if I refresh this, it still doesn't appear. The reason is, I guess I'm gonna have to maybe make it width, and yes. So it's coming in the big, you know, when I make the screen bigger, but when I make it small in mobile view, it's disappearing. We're gonna, you know, have some features here to fix all of this problem, but yeah, that's pretty much it. And I could have the format document button like that and save it. So we actually added that image, and it looks really nice. It has that link. It has that paragraph when I maximize it. But now I have to move on to the next part of this. And after that, the link, I have to go to the desktop navigation part. So there's going to be two types. One is going to be the desktop navigation, and the other one is going to be the mobile navigation. So let's start out with the desktop navigation first, and let's move over here. So the first thing is that I'm going to have a div, and I'm going to have a class name set to small flex, and then that should be hidden. Okay, so for the small devices, it should be hidden, and you have to have something like you know, like a state or something. So essentially we could have some kind of state set that could have, you know, the is signed up or something set to false or true. So if I go inside here, and I could just have a data type, and I could say const user logged in, and we could just set it to true or false. All right, so if the user is not logged in, we'll say false, and I'll just set it over there. Over here inside this desktop div navigation, what we're gonna have is we're gonna have a div class name. Again, we typed it wrong. Okay, and then now inside of this div, we're gonna have this session. So like I said, if we could either have user logged in. Okay, if that is true, we're basically using the ternary operator. If that is true, so if user is logged in, right, we could have this div section. All right. So essentially it will be this div with this closing div. Okay, so that's if the user is logged in, and if not, then we have the round brackets, and inside of this would have some JSX fragments, and that should just be closed there. So this essentially, this is how it's gonna go. Let's go for the logged in. If its user is logged in, okay. Okay, so the first thing is inside of here we'll have the div class name, and that should be set to flex group flex gap -3, and we'll have md gap -5. All right, and inside of this we'll have a link, and the link would be hyperlink reference, and we'll have /create -prompt, and then we'll have class name, and that should be black button. Again, these are some of the global CSS styles. So what's happening here is that we have this link, and it says create post. All right, so what you could see now is this is going to be for logged in. So right now you can't see anything because the user is not logged in. But if I just make it to true, button should appear somewhere, but not appearing because there's going to be some kind of issue. But user logged in, we'll just keep it a false right now for now. Okay. Over here right now we're gonna have create post, and we're also gonna have a button to sign out. So button BU TTON, and the type is button, right? And inside of this we'll have sign out, but we'll have the thing over here, which is on click. And I'll just create a function which is called sign out. Class name, of course, that should be outline button. All right, so that should take care of that. Inside of this, we have the div button and all, and would have the link to the profile as well. So after the essential button that we created, we could have the profile page. So link, hyperlink reference, and it should be the profile of the person. So profile, it should go to the profile. And inside of this would have the image, again, self-closing tag, source, src, you could just add in whatever the top we added, all of this. Copy and paste it here. All right, so format document. So over here we have image. Again, we're using the same logo. We don't need the alt tag here. And the width will be 37 and the height will be 37. Class name would be rounded full instead of object contained. Rounded. And the alt over here would be profile. Like that. Okay, so now after all of that is done, we're gonna have, so we essentially did some of that part, and the next part after this is, the div and then the section over here, which allows us to see everything. Right now, I don't have the sign in, so essentially, you can't see anything. Let me just see if I could make that true. So user logged in, true. There you go. So we have the create post and the sign out and the logo, all of them all here, since the user's not logged in. So user logged in, yeah, it is logged in. So I think I did it. Create post, sign out. Yeah. So I did it right. This is how it's gonna look in desktop view. But now I want to have to change it. Suppose if the user is logged in, so that should appear. That's perfect. But the other case is if it's not logged in, right? So if they're not logged in, then this fragment part would execute, and over here would just have some thing related to the providers, and we're gonna have to set all of this. So right now I'm just gonna ignore this part. The providers, again, this is something related to logging in, signing in. So essentially what you're gonna have to do is you're gonna use the get providers that we got from NextAuth, and we're gonna have to do something like this. So we're gonna have constant, we're gonna have providers, and we're gonna have set providers. All right, and then we're gonna have use state equal to use state, and that should be null. After that, we're gonna have the use effect hook. This is a call, which is a callback function and only runs in the start. So it's gonna be used to do some of the execution. So what I'm gonna do is use effect. I'm gonna call a callback function like this. And inside of this, we'd have the function, which is const setup providers. Again, this is like Google, login with Google, login with Facebook and all that. So async. This is going to be used in Next.js. So it's really cool. and then the arrow function and the body. Inside of this, we have a constant response, a wait, and we're going to get providers. How are we using this again? Remember, we got this get providers from NextAuth. So then we're using it here. We're getting the response. And we're going to use set providers state, what we created over here. And we're going to, it's basically the state that's changing. So we're going to change it to the response that we get from here. That's all we have to do. What we're going to do now is we're just going to have to invoke it. So we're going to say setup providers function, just call it right here and just invoke it like that. This is going to allow us to sign in using Google and NextAuth. One other thing that we have to do here is we just have to put this square bracket, and this is just going to be done during only once during the start of the how the application would run. So that's basically the providers part. And over here I have to check if the providers is working. So that's the part that I needed to add in. So if I just say providers, and I say if that is working, and we have to map it through an object. So object dot values, because it could be a number of providers, and we have to map through each provider. So each providers dot map, and what we're gonna say object dot values providers dot map, and we're gonna have a provider inside of it. Okay, and we're gonna have this callback function. And it should be like so we're gonna have a button for each, and the button should have some properties set to it, like type should be set to button, and key should be set to provider name. So just have provider underscore dot name. The onClick is going to be a method for the sign in functionality. So right now I could just make it to an empty callback function, but later on we have to change it to some functionality. Over here we have a class name, and we could set that to black underscore button, and the name for this obviously would be, you already know, because I'm actually trying to sign in with like Google or something. So I'm just going to call it sign in, SIN, sign in like that, and that should be the result from here. Obviously it's not going to work since so right now at this point it works. Oh, all right, so what we're going to do is we're going to check this out. So let me just go up on the top, and we have that variable. We just have to change it to false. Should happen. And for some reason it's not rendering, but we'll get it fixed, don't worry. But yeah, that's pretty much it. So let's just keep it to true right now. And we don't have the next auth and all of that configured right now, and we're going to do that really soon. So right now I'm only going to do is I'm going to the div section, I'm going to the mobile navigation part, and after that we're going to go towards the the actual implementation of how the login and sign in should work. So right now let's just write the mobile navigation part. So we'll say mobile navigation, and over here we're going to have the navigation part of how this should work on mobile devices. So essentially what you would do is you would have a div and you would have a class name which is small for small hyphen devices, small hidden. What do you want to, and you want to keep it by default flex and relative. Okay, and over here what you want to do is you want to see if the user is logged in. User logged in, and again you do the same thing, question round bracket, and then you put in your tag text, all that. So essentially what we have here is the same thing, almost the same thing. So we have an image. So I'm gonna have one thing over here incorporated. On a mobile view, you'd have like a toggle button to see, different things. So over here we have user logged in, and we have this div. Obviously there's a problem with the div because there's no closing with it. I'm just gonna add in a closing div, and let's just format document. So okay, so we have some kind of issues going on here. Probably got some, yeah, we have so over here we have this question, and then we have to allow one other case here. It's better to have the structure defined first, so colon and then round brackets, and inside the round brackets you could add in JSX fragments like that. And once you add all of those JSX fragments, right now it says session is not defined, and 84, there's session 84 right there. We're gonna change it similar to the thing that we had on top. We're just gonna have that same image. So this one, copy and paste it here. We're gonna use session later with actual images, but right now you can just see this is how it looks like. Of course, this is how it looks like for now. And we're gonna have to change it a bit. So right now there's just this div. Inside this there's an image tag, and we have this toggle drop down thing, and that's the most important part because we needed like a like those toggle buttons, drop down things for mobile devices. I don't have anything here, but I'm gonna have to set something here, so I'm gonna have to create a state for that. I'm gonna go up here on the top, and I'm gonna have to add that somewhere after the providers, and I'm gonna call this as const toggle drop down. So toggle drop down. So we're gonna have toggle drop down and set toggle drop down equal to use state, and it's set to false initially. And over here we're gonna have the toggle drop down, which is line number 91, and over here we're gonna have after this I'm gonna have toggle drop down ampersands div class name drop down and drop down 1 minute. So now what we're gonna have is over here we have div class name drop down, and this should just go all the way to the bottom. Again, this is another JSX fragment, and we need a closing tag for this, of course. Just let me just add that quickly, like that. And over here we're gonna have this colon and this, and let's just add some of this. Should give us some solution, and right there, close and round brackets. Yeah, should work. Perhaps I don't have everything settled. So essentially in the drop down we have some conditions that we need to fulfill. So That's the reason why it wasn't working. So just delete that. Paste this. Format document. So over here we have link, profile, drop down link, on click, set toggle drop down false, my profile, brackets, and there's a div tag, and it closes over here. It's a little tricky text. Okay, I got it. The reason why we had that issue was because we had to have a round bracket. We'd have to have a round bracket and a closing bracket like that, and essentially a div closing div tag. Okay, and after that we have this closing and colon open, and over here we're just gonna have to set our providers. So I'm just gonna go over the code just a second. Just give me a minute. JSX fragment should be closed there. And format document again. Okay, so format document. JSX fragment is there, closed with this div tag over here. Looks good. Yeah, this was extra. So we had this stuff. And we have div and nav, and then this and this. Okay, perfect. So this is our entire code, and let me just see if it's working. Yep, amazing. Okay, so now what we have is on the top. Let me just review it. I don't know, my prettier seems to not work or something. I'm keep formatting, format document. There you go. So what happens is that I did mobile navigation, and inside the mobile navigation, we did the desktop navigation. In the mobile navigation, we have div, and we have a class name of flex relative, and then we have to check if the user is logged in. Right now, you could see that the state for the user is true. It's logged in, so you would be allowed to go in this div, which has an image of the logo, and you could see that logo's image right here, right there. And you could see that there's some kind of bug over here that I somehow created. I'm gonna have to fix that, but over here, once the user is logged in, he will be allowed to check his profile and create a prompt and also sign out. So these are the buttons that I incorporated, and there's a toggle down, and it has all of this, which is the profile link, and the drop down menu, and says my profile, and then there's the create post one. It's a link over here. There's a link here. So a link here, and a button for the sign out. You saw all that for all that. So then after that we have the div, and if it's not logged in, would have sign in button. So if I suppose have that as false, so it should give us the sign in button, but right now there's some kind of bug that I'm gonna have to fix in. Okay, so I made a small mistake here. I had to put hyphen, and that was what I had to do originally. And now if I, type in npm run dev, this should give it on localhost port 3000. Copy it, show it here. Of course, right now, there's an issue that, for mobile view, it's just displaying. So right now it says it's logged in. and it says all of this stuff. When I take the variable as false, which is over here, user logged in, set to false, saved, refresh. So I don't have that, create post or anything like that, but I should have the sign in or other buttons. Right now, those are not appearing, but we're gonna have to fix that up as well. So you could see that the text for Promptopia is also appearing when it's in a bigger state, and when it's in a smaller state in the mobile view, it doesn't appear, because that's why we added the paragraph over here, and this was in the flex between full width. So after that, there was the desktop view, and other than that, things just went like that. So now we can move on to the next steps, and we're gonna look into this issue a little later on. Hopefully we're gonna fix it by then. So it's not a big issue right now, and I'm gonna go to the main part now. So now what we're gonna do is we have this entire nav.jsx not actually fully completed, but partially completed. But now we have to go to our other components that we created. It's like feed.jsx, and just have rafc added everywhere. So rafc, all right, and we're just gonna name it as feed. Just type in feed in the bracket as well. Let's go to the next component, which is form. Just add in rafc again, and just add a form over here. Next is the nav, which is already completed. Profile, rafc, and just add profile here. And then we have prompt card. Let's have rafc, and just copy this and paste it here. So prompt card. Then we have provider, and this is what we have to actually do now. So rafc first, and this is our provider, and this is what we're gonna be doing it. So to get started, we have to first go to the provider.jsx component, and we're gonna have to use the browser's capability here. So we're gonna make the use client directive on the top. Inside the inside the provider, so I guess I removed the import React from React. We could just leave that and put the use client directive on the top. And now over here on the bottom, we'd have to import the session provider later on. But right now, so yeah, we have to import the session provider. So import session provider, and this is from Next.auth React. This is actually how we're gonna be implementing the authentication. So not only uses the front end, so Next.auth not only uses the front end files for authentication, but it also uses backend ones, and I'm going to show you how that is also set up. Where right now we have the session provider from the Next.auth React, and we go into the provider, and we'll have to pass the following as props. The first is the children, children, and the next is the session, and this is passed as props. We'll go to the return, and over here we have session provider, and session provider should be the same over here. And inside of this, we need to have the session to be set to session, and inside of the tag, we're going to have the children passed in. All right, so this is our session provider.jsx. We'll have to do is import it in our layout.jsx so that it's being implemented everywhere around. So that's the best file to have it added. Go to the layout.jsx file, and I remember that last time we had the layout.jsx file, we had to add in something. So over here, you could see that nav was already added before, but now the provider is also added from the provider components. Now the only thing we have to do is include it within the root layout. So over here, you could see that there's the HTML lang English, and then there's a body. And right after the body, we're going to add the provider tag. So provider. Now we're going to have to close it somewhere, and I'll show you that after all of this div main and this other div main. So we're going to have to close that above the closing body tag. So over here. And then we could just format document. And this is our basically provider that we added from this part just for authentication. And now we're going towards the next authentication process. But this is how it's actually implemented. So now it's a perfect opportunity to explore the backend files. And I'm going to cross all of this stuff out. Now, remember last time I discussed that Next.js has a serverless environment. So it's not like there's a dedicated traditional server that's remaining on at all times. It's only invoked whenever you call a function towards it, like a Lambda function, and it's just using one specific resource. And then, you know, it's much more efficient than those traditional servers that are always on. So next authentication that we're, you know, trying to implement is not only uses the front end files, but it also uses the Next.js API backend endpoints as well. So what we're gonna have to do is we're gonna go to the app folder. Inside of this folder, we're gonna have to create another folder, and that folder will be called API. So we'll go in here and call an API. After that, we're gonna go inside the API folder and create another folder which is called authentication. So we're gonna have that. After that, inside the authentication folder, we're gonna have another folder, and we're gonna have the traditional square brackets dot dot dot, and then we're gonna call this as next auth for authentication, and this is gonna be called our dynamic next auth folder. Inside of the dynamic next auth, we're gonna create a file, and that file is gonna be called route.js. All right, so that route.js file will be like this: app API next auth. So app API auth next auth, which is the dynamic next auth, and then after that the route.js. Within here, we can set up our providers, you know, such as the Google authentication and all of those other you know, things that we might need. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna now go and dive into the route.js, and we'll say this is next auth. So this is our next auth, and what we're gonna do now here is we're gonna import the next auth from next auth, and it's just like that. So you might be seeing like it's auto completing, and it's really amazing. So now we have import Google provider. So we have next auth from next auth. Now we have Google provider from next auth. So next hyphen auth, and then we have providers, and then we have Google. So like that. So that's basically gonna get the Google authentication. After that, we're gonna have the following const function. So it's const handler. I would say not a function, but a handler. So it's gonna be called const handler is equal to next auth. So next auth, and then we have the round brackets, and this is the options object inside, where we're gonna have to specify our providers. So providers is a square bracket, and it has Google providers, Google provider. So Google provider is also passed in within an options object. Remember, this is all being copied from a documentation provided by next auth. So I'm going to share that documentation as well. So, and I'm going to open it up in a few moments as well. So let me have client ID. It will have the Google auth provider. We'll have a client ID, and it will be equal to some string, and the client secret. And that is also going to be equal to some string. And that's essentially what we need. And I could just have these commas over here. And essentially what we have to do now is we have to, so next auth. So now we have to go, and on the bottom over here, we have to specify some functions. Okay, the functions that we might need. There are two functions that we need, and one is the session. So it's an async session. So we'll call it session, and inside we have session like that, and it's gonna be have the const session user, and that equals to await user dot find one. All right. We're not going to have anything right now inside of the function, but we have to make sure that this is actually one function that we're going to be using. The other function that we're going to be using is going to be called async, ASYNC, and it's called sign in. So sign in, and that also being passed with a profile, and what's going to happen in here is that we have we'll have all our functionality to allow the sign-in process to work. So let's just have this as a comma, and you could see that there is this sign in done. So all we gotta do now is have a semicolon here and export handler, and we normally do get, but we also have to do post as well at the same time, handler as post. I'm not making this stuff up. This is part of the documentation. So these are the two functions, the sign in and the session. Now, of course, I don't know. Okay. Now, okay, I missed one thing. Let me just add that post again. Okay. So we need these functions set up. It's the session and the sign in. Now the sign in will have all of the sign in process for Google authentication, and the session is going to be used to get the data about an existing running session. And we're going to be constantly updating it to make sure that which user is currently online, and all of those edge cases we're going to all fill in within this function. But right now, we are pretty much it, and we need all these credentials. To get these credentials, we'll have to go to the website and go search in console.cloud.google.com. So I'm going to go here, and I'm say console.cloud.google.com. And once you visit the website, you could see this one. You could see that welcome coding cleverly, and then it's saying the location. So we're just gonna accept all of this stuff. And now after that, you could see you start your free trial with $300 in credit. Don't worry, you won't be charged if you run out of credit. So you have a free trial. You could also start the free trial. But right now we're not focusing on any of that. I have to go in this select a project, and over here we're gonna have to create a new project over here. So after that, we have to name our project. So you can name your project as, let's suppose, Promptopia. So I'm just gonna make the screen bigger. So you can name it as Promptopia, no organization, and create it. Now this should create the project for us in a moment as we speak. So just wait until the project. Now we're just gonna select project. You can see now the Promptopia is selected from here. This is our project. It has us all entire dashboard, project number, and project ID. What we're gonna do is we're gonna go to the pinned in our side navbar, and you can just click on this navigation menu. This is the thing, pinned section of the side navbar. Go to API and services, and go to OAuth consent screen. So once you open up this page, you're going to have to click on create internal, external. You don't have to do anything over here. And what you're going to do is provide some app information. So first of all, it's going to ask you for the app name. You're going to call it Promptopia. So 1 minute. So now viewing project Promptopia and organization. We'll just close that. Promptopia and support email. So what we're going to just provide our own email address. After that, we have the app logo. We don't have to do anything with that. App domain. We don't have anything to do with that as well. We have authorized domains. And in the authorized domains, what we're going to do is we're going to add a domain, and we're going to add in the, the current localhost, what we have. So we're going to copy this and we're just going to paste it here. So we have http:// localhost and 3000. And pretty much we have that in. I don't have that slash at the end, and I could just have / here. So I just left it like this, by default with the slash. It didn't have over here, but I'm just gonna remove it just to have everything organized. Developer contact information. Again, you could just provide your email here. I'm just gonna provide mine. Okay, now we're gonna have save and continue. But yes, I only added it over here in the application homepage. And after that, I'm just going to continue from here. Now over here, what we're going to go is, since our, domain is done, we don't have this. We're going to have to go to developer contact information and, save and continue. After that, we have to go credentials, and we'll have to create new credentials. So just wait. Over here, create credentials. And over here, we're going to say OAuth client ID. And I'm going to go to the application type, and I'm going to type in web application. I'm going to select web application. And then name will be web client 1. So the name of your OAuth 2.0 at client. This name is only used to identify the client in the console and will not be shown to end users. After that, JavaScript, we'll have authorized JavaScript origins, add URI, and we'll just add in our, URL, which is this one. And it says over here, URLs must not contain a path or end with /. And the same thing goes with authorized redirect URIs. And we're just going to paste in the same thing and no / at the end. And then after that, we'll just create. It will take 5 minutes or to a few hours for settings to take effect. So we'll just click on create. We'll wait a few time, and there you go. I'll have my client ID, my client secret, and the creation date and the status enabled. Now, what you could do is actually download the JSON, but right now I'm just going to copy the client ID and the client secret, and I'm going to tell you what I'm going to do with this. So I'm going to open up my IDE over here. Remember that .env that we created earlier and had nothing inside? We're going to now use it finally, and we're going to put our credentials in here. So the first thing is going to be called the Google ID. So the Google_ID, and that equals to what the thing provides us. So the client ID is called our Google ID. We're going to paste it here. I'm just going to go here and paste it like that. Okay. The next thing, what we're going to have is the Google client _secret. And that equals to client secret. Copy this and just paste it here. All right. So now we have these two things done. We could go back here and, we could just add those using the following code. So I'm going to go to the route.jsx. The route.js, and in here now I don't have to give these empty strings, but I could just call it from my .env file using the following. So I say process.env.Google ID. Okay. And the same goes for here. We're going to type in process.env.Google client secret. Okay. And that's pretty much it. Now, one might you might be asking, like, is this okay? We could just have a like a function here that could just console log. So we could say console dot log, and we could have these things logged to the console screen. So let's see what happens here. All right, so let's turn off the application here, and then do npm run dev. Okay, it's working on the local host. Port 3000. Let's see. Nothing here, but if I go back here, okay, I'm gonna go to the console. Inspect console. What am I clicking on? Console. Refresh. Nothing in the console. Okay, we finally have that sign in button. Amazing. And amazing. Access block. The app's request is invalid. It has this OAuth. So it's perfectly configured. Amazing. And you could see our client ID being repeated again and again. So this is amazing. Super cool. And let's just fix this up. Progress is going great. So now what we're gonna do is, we're gonna go to the route.js, and we're gonna just try to fix up our sign-in function, and then after that we're gonna go to the session right after that. So I told you that Next.js has serverless routes, right? Serverless routes that we don't need the server on all the time. So the sign-in basically is like a serverless function, which is called the Lambda function, and only when it's called the sign-in, it spins up the server, and makes a connection to the database. So otherwise, there's nothing going on, and that's how we're gonna start utilizing this. So the first thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna use a try and catch block here. So try and catch. So try and catch block. Like that. I'm going to put error over here, just like how normally we would do. And over here, we'll say console.log error. So console.log, and then we have error. Okay. So over here in the try block, we have, the things you're trying to connect and everything. But of course, we're going to have to then, perform the execution. And in the session is the same thing, but before having the session, we have to sign in, and then once we sign in, our session is preserved. So to get the data about an existing running session, right, is what the session is capable of doing. And then we're just going to be updating to make sure like which user is currently online on the session. But right now we're just going to try to fix this up. Now, one thing that's concerning me is that when I'm trying to sign in, I have to create a user, and a user has a specific model, and those models are basically incorporated in the the database. So for that purpose, I would have to go to the utils folder, and I'll have to create a file which is called database.js. Okay, and I'm gonna have to specify my model, my schema, okay, for my user. So to do this, I just have to type in the following. So I have to import schema, schema, my model, my models, and I'm gonna have that from Mongoose, okay, and that's gonna be helping us use MongoDB. So over here we're gonna have const user schema, and that equals to a new schema, schema, includes the options object. And inside of this, we have an email that a user might have, a must have. So to have that must condition here, I'm going to have that first type. Type for the email is obviously a string. So it's a string. It is unique. Every email is unique. And we could have that as true. But for instance, if an email, someone typed that already exists, we'll say email already exists, like that. All right. So after that, it is required. Okay. And we could just say that as true as well. And we'll say email is required as the message. All right. That after that, we have this comma, and over here we have the username for the email for the person, and that could be a type of string as well. So type string, and then would have the required field, and that should be set to true. And username is required. And then after that, we'd have this match. And now I have to show you that this is basically some regex, okay? And this is gonna allow us to create a user based on some constraints that we need. So let me just paste these constraints in. Now the constraints is that I have these 8 to 20, and then there's alphabets and numbers and letters. And now it says username invalid. So basically it has this constraints that follow. Okay. And then the message is that if you don't have these constraints followed, it would say username invalid. It should contain 8 to 20 alphanumeric letters, alphanumeric letters, and be unique. So basically alphanumeric meaning A to small z, capital A to capital Z, 0 to 9, and dot to underscore. So these are alphanumeric characters, and this is all what's specifying. After this, so we have a username as well. We'll have an image for each user as well, and the image could be a type of string, and that should be it. All right. So we have all of this. Schema, model, and models from Mongoose, from user schema, email, username. So what we're gonna do is export this schema. And there's a little difference between the traditional Express way of exporting and the Next.js way, because I'm gonna have const user, and I'm gonna have model, and then we have the user, what we're gonna name it as, and I'm gonna say user schema that we got from on the top. So schema, like that. So semicolon here, and then we'll have export, and we'll have default, and we'll have user exporting. But if the model already exists in the model's object, then we can use a model that's then use that model, else create a new model with the schema. So my server is not always on. So sometimes it could be already created, and you could just use it whatever was existing before. So you could have that already existing model, or so I'll say model.user, pick that one up if it already exists, or create a new one and then export it. All right, that's all we have to do in here. Now that we have our database filled, head over to the MongoDB Atlas, because now we're gonna have to try to get all the authentication right, so that we could add our MongoDB, and we could create our database for it. So I'm gonna go to mongodb.com/atlas, and of course I'm gonna have to create an account. So Let's try free. And over here, basically you could sign up with Google. And this is like OAuth as well. They have, and I'm going to use my Coding Cleverly account. And basically accept privacy policy. And I say accept and submit. All right. And once I do this, you can see use your account to deploy a cloud database with MongoDB Atlas and support. Right now it's just loading and it's just going to go to this dashboard. Okay, what is your primary goal? Learn MongoDB, new to MongoDB, select programming language you're going to use with, I'm going to say JavaScript Node.js. Over here it says what kind of data you will your project use. We could just say user activity, messaging, all that. Will your application include any of the following architectural models? Well, it's not any mobile or anything like that, but I'm just gonna click on this one, serverless, and just finish this up. And there you go. This is our dashboard. And we're gonna have to deploy your database. So we're gonna have to create a free database, M0. Leave all the settings as it is. Cluster would be set to 0 and create. Now we'd have how would you like to authenticate your connection? We'll have username and password. This is my username. This is my password. So what I would recommend is opening up a text file and just pasting in your username and password. So get this and go here and paste it here. Get the password. Go here and paste the password. Okay, and then we're going to create user. Then we're going to say my local environment. Then we have this IP address. And we're going to say, you're going to add my current IP address. Exactly, the IP address already has been added. So we just finish and close. And you can see congratulations on setting up access rules. Now go to overview. Now over here, you could see that's the database. Go to the database access. You can see that I'm allowed to access it. You can add new people in if you want. Just add in, their new user and a password, and other people can be added. But we go to the network access. You can see that this is including my current IP address. But I'm going to click add IP address, and I'm going to allow access from anywhere. And it's going to fill it with 0.0.0.0/0 access list entry. And I'm going to have this confirm. Now it's going to just load this up, and this is going to allow me to access my database from any IP address, any kind of device, which is pretty useful. Now we could go to the database, and that's going to already do it. We're deploying your changes, current action, configuring MongoDB. And then after that, it's done. All we got to do now is we're going to have to connect to this. The way to connect is we're going to have to drivers or compass shell MongoDB for VS Code or Atlas. We're going to use drivers. Access your Atlas data using MongoDB's native drivers. Okay, so we're going to have this Node.js 5.5 or later, npm install MongoDB already done, but we're going to have to copy this string. All right, this is a string that we're going to copy, and what we're going to do is we're going to go to the .env again that we did before, and I'm going to go to the .env, just have this. Okay, now in here, I'm going to have the next path set. So this is going to be called MongoDB _URI, and I'm going to equal it to this connection string. Of course, it's going to say password, and you're going to have to change it with the password that you were provided. And of course, I had it here, so I'm just going to copy this, and I'm just going to paste it within this string right here, like that. And you can see the hires to Iftikhar is right there with the username. So everything else is done, and we saved it. I'll save this file as well, and I'll save this file. Okay, so essentially we got the MongoDB setup properly, and we'll have to go back to the route.js file, and now we're trying to connect to that. So to connect to the database, all right, and what we're gonna do is we're gonna go to the route.js. and I'm gonna find the database file again. So models, database. Okay, I mixed up things. Wow. I added that in utils. Can't believe it. Models will be in the model folder. Okay, so I'm gonna just show you the mistake that I've done, and I'm gonna show you how to fix it. Essentially, this model that we created, right? This model is not belonging to the database file, but it actually belongs to something else. So I'm just gonna control X this, and I'm gonna go to the models file, and I'm gonna create a new model which is called user.js. Okay, this is gonna be our model, and that includes this stuff that we needed. All right, all of that goes there. But for the database part, it had to have a function. So I'm going to have the following: import mongoose from mongoose. Okay. And we'll have let is connected as a variable, and that sets to false. All right. And what we're going to do is export const connect to db function is equal to asynchronous round bracket equal to, and like that. And we have over here is mongoose dot set strict query query, and we'll set that to true. Now we have if is connected, and we'll have console.log MongoDB is connected. So what we're gonna have here is, first we're gonna have to connect to a database, and this is our function, and that's the thing that I have to call in the route.js over here in the sign in. I'm gonna have to try to connect to the database, but to connect to the database, the .env file has already the credentials, and I have to just load it, and I'm gonna have to try to connect it. So I'm gonna set mongoose.set strict query to true, just so that it doesn't give us those warnings in the console. After that, I have if is connected. Okay. If the database is connected, so you have this variable. So of course, if it's connected, you could just type in, MongoDB already connected. So let me just, my mouse somehow isn't working, but let me just fix that up. All right. So what we'll say is MongoDB is already connected, like that, semicolon. Okay, and then we could just return the function so that it doesn't keep calling this again and again. And if we have this is the part where we try to connect to the MongoDB. So await mongoose dot connect, and we'll have process. We'll try to connect it with the process dot env dot mongodb, and then we have URI, and it has the option objects, and the DB name, the database name, should be called as share_prompt. All right, and the use new URL parser. Okay, that should set to true. And the use unified topology. These are all settings in the MongoDB. So that is also set to true. And after that, we have the semicolon, and we just, okay, so what happens is that if this thing is done, you know, it works, we'll have to set is connected to true since it's done. Okay, and then we'll just log into the console screen that, you know, MongoDB connected. So MongoDB connected, like so. Semicolon. All right, so we have a catch error, so try, and then we have catch over here, so catch, and we'll have the error logged, and that would be console.log, and then we have error. All right, so essentially this is how we're gonna try to connect to the Mongo database. I'm just gonna format document, and this is our, you know, file that we needed. So it's perfect that it's now inside the database.js file, which is, you know, the function that is called is connect to DB, and that's what we're going to be using, and it's in the utils. So go to the route.js, and inside the route, what we're going to do is now we're going to try to call it. So to call it, you're going to simply do above on the top, we had Google provider. We have to import the following. So after importing NextAuth and Google provider, we have to import connect to DB from @utils, and it's in the database. All right. We also have the model that we created, so we'll import that as well. So import the user model. All right. From the models / user. All right, and you already know where that exists. It's in the models folder. This one, the user model, this one. All right, so that's what we're importing, and it's over there and there. And now we could go to the sign in part right here, and we could now try to use the function that we imported. So inside the try block, we're gonna say await, and we have connect to DB. All right, and you know, we have to check one thing. Check if the user already exists. All right, because you're essentially trying to sign in. If it already exists, then you just find that user, and you know, you do some functioning regarding that. But if not, then you have to create that user. So if not, what you're gonna do is create a new user. So we're check if the user already exists. So const user exists, and if not, create a new user. And how we're gonna do this is we're gonna use the user object. So user exists is equal to await user.find one, and we're gonna try to find that user with that specific email address. So it's like this. So the email has to exist with the profile.email, like that. All right. The other thing that comes along here is that if it does not exist. So if the user exists, does not, right? Like that. Because that's gonna just tell if it's true. But if it's not, we're gonna have the await, and we have to create a user. So it's a user.create round brackets, squiggly brackets. Email is set to user profile dot email. Username is set to profile dot username. Okay, so profile dot name. So we're just getting the profile name, and that's what we're gonna set to the email. The profile name, and we're gonna replace the spaces with no spaces like this. I'm gonna explain what's happening here. And then we have dot to lower case like so. Okay, so the thing is, the last thing is, before the last thing, I'm just add that we don't need the semicolon, comma. Image will come from the Google image. All right. Profile picture. Again, this is all up in the documentation. Now check this out. What happens is that if the user exists, it will just find it within the models object and then just check that out. But if it does not exist, it will create a new user. We'll get the email. Like we're using Google, right? So Google has its email, it has its username, and it's generally the name of the person. Now, if my name is like Iris Iftikhar, right? It's gonna first it's gonna replace the spaces with no spaces, and it's gonna convert the upper cases letters to all lowercase. So this will be my username. It's just so amazing. So that's how this would work. And then after that, it would essentially just return true. So we have if user does not exist, and we have return true. All right. And if for some reason that sign-in process doesn't work, we could say return false. Let's just format the document again. Let's go to the session. And inside now the session, we're going to have some of the states to fulfill. No. So session will have const session user, and we'll have that as await to user dot find one options object email to the session dot user dot email. All right, so we have async session const session email so we have session user and await user dot find one, and that's how the session should work. Essentially, what's happening here is this is getting data about an existing running session. All right. After that, we have session dot user dot id is equal to session user. So wait a minute. We try to get the session user from the existing users. We just try to find that with the specific email. Once we get that session user, we could get the ID, so dot underscore ID dot to string, and save that to session dot user ID, and then return that session. And that's how we basically get our session. So we are updating to making sure that which user is currently online. So just making sure that that user is currently online. And that's how, our session would work. And this is the entire way of how Next Auth would work. Format document. So let me just minimize. This is how it would all work. And of course, if you are unfamiliar with how this stuff actually works, I would recommend checking this website out. Going here, and I'm going to go to nextauth.js.org/getting started. I've been started /example. And if we go this way, we'll have, you know, the getting started, new project, existing project, install next auth. So, you know, npm install next auth. That's what we already did. So add API route. Remember we created those route. Remember that API route that we created, this one, route.js, and we had that folder structure, app, API, app, you know, auth, and then those square brackets. So you could see the similar thing, square bracket, next auth.js, and inside you could see that it has the similar pattern that we're using. Of course, over here it's getting GitHub provider, but we were using Google provider. So yeah, a lot of things are similar. And then we have, you know, the ID and the client secret, and that's the exact same thing from Google as well. Inside this, you could see that there is session provider that we normally did on the other side, you know, and we have the hooks, and this is normally a lot of the things that we've been doing. And you could see that there's this backend API route for collecting the session. You could see that this session function that we've already implemented before. And over here, if you want to deploy it to production, you'll have to do some additional, you'll have to add some additional things. So add 3 additional variables in the .env. So if I go to the .env over here, you have these 3, but we're gonna have to add 3 new additional environment variables. So if we go, the first 2 would exactly be this. So just a second. These 2. So next auth URL, and then that's the localhost 3000, and the other one is next auth URL internal, and that's also that. The last one, on the other hand, is when you go to the options object over here. So let's see over here, getting started, configuration, options. You could see over here that there's this secret. So we have to find secret. There you go. So default string value, it's a string SHA hash of the options object in development, default in production, and required yes in production. So a random string is used to hash tokens, sign encrypt cookies, and generate cryptographic keys. So this is the thing that we need, and this is the command to execute that string. Open SSL rand base -base 6432. So what we're going to copy this command, and we're going to head over to this because I don't have you know, this installed on my machine, and I'm a Windows user. So I'm going to go to crypt tools, cryptool.org, sorry, /english/cto/open/SSL, and this should pop up this website. And what we're going to do is we're going to go here and just paste in that code, run it, and it returns this key string. So it's like, you know, like a string. We just copy this, and I'll show you where we're going to add it. So the last thing that we had to add was next auth underscore secret. And that token that we just generated, we're going to paste. And that's pretty much it. That's our env file. Save it and close it. So now we have all of the things that we need for it to work. Of course, when I you know, run my terminal, npm run dev, I'm gonna get one small error. Okay, yeah. So it says over here, module alpha can't resolve mongoose. Okay, I think I added 3 O's. So I'm gonna go back to database file, go to database and delete this. Okay. There was one other file. All right. So let's try to sign in. And it still says this redirect URI mismatch. Okay, so I'm back to the app, and you could see that we had this nav.jsx file, right? When we changed them to have that session implemented. And if I go to the API folder auth, and then the dynamic next, you know, auth, dynamic auth folder, and then you could see the route.js, we had this, you know, handler and next auth, which had the Google provider with the, the credentials. And what I was, facing with was that I implemented the session, and I want to now use the sign in functionality within the session. And I have to incorporate that with my nav.jsx component. So what we're going to do here is wherever I have this, remember I had this user logged in functionality. What I'm going to do is now I'm going to change this up. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to change this to the thing that I actually need. So if I go here, I'm going to call this as const, and now we're going to use session from the next auth React. So I'm going to say data that's coming from, and I'm going to call it as session, and I'm actually getting it from use session. All right. So like that. And you can see now I could use that. And what I'm going to do is on the bottom where, where my user logged in was in the desktop navigation, I could change it just to session. So I could say session dot question user. All right. So, I mean, question dot user. And this is just going to check if a user exists or not. And then the same goes for the mobile application. So over here, the mobile navigation, it's going to be session and question dot user if the user exists. And then, that should be there. Other than that, it should work fine. Let's run the code. So CLS npm run dev, and it should run. Let's open it up, and it's loading. Okay, so now you can see that there's nothing over here, no sign in button or anything. Refreshing it, and there you go. The sign in is there. When I click on it, I might get this access block. This apps request is invalid. Now, the reason why this is happening is that there's an error 400 redirect URI mismatch. So it means it's trying to work with Google, but there's some kind of error. So there's no problem with this. What we could do is we could actually fix this issue. We'll have to go back to we'll have to add a callback on the, Google Cloud Console. So I'm going to go back to the Google Cloud Console, and over here we had this OAuth 2.0 client IDs. I'm going to click on this, and I'm just going to, add this. Over here, you could go on the bottom, and you could see authorized redirect URIs. So over there, you're going to have to add a URI. And what you have to add is actually something called, which is completely the same, which is this on the top. But what you have to do additionally is you're going to have to add an API/auth/callback, and then you have to /provider. The provider will be actually Google, so we'll just have to add that. And then let's just save this. Now, once we save this, it should reflect, and I should go back here, refresh the app, hopefully, and there you go, it's working. So I could choose an account, use Coding Cleverly. Now I'm basically logged in on Coding Cleverly account, okay? And I could sign out, and I could sign in again based on that account. Amazing progress. But the one thing that we want to do here is when you're logged in, I want to actually display an image. But the thing is, I don't have this is the thing, but I want an image appeared instead of that. Okay, so to go there, I would go back to the session navigation, and over here where we had the desktop, we have the image over here. So we have session, if the user exists, we could show this, create post or sign out, and these links should be there. Otherwise, sign in, and there should be this mobile navigation. So there's a desktop navigation on the top, and there should be an image. I'm just finding the image, and there you go. This one, source is equal to assets/images/logo.svg. What we could do is we could change this accordingly to have our real standard image, what our Google account provides. To actually achieve something like that, we're going to have to modify it as follows. So we're going to have this wiped out, and we're going to have this squiggly brackets inside of here. We're going to have session question.user and .image. Similarly, this would go for the mobile navigation as well. So in the source, remove this, and we're going to have session dot question dot user dot image. Okay, and see. So now my Google. Okay, so it's going to reflect. So I'm just going to refresh, wait until that pop-up appears. Okay, might have to restart the server. Okay. CLS, npm run dev, run it, and it should work. I should have the sign in button over here somewhere. So, you know, if the user doesn't exist, this should pop up over here at any moment. Okay, okay, means like I'm logged in. It's giving me this picture of my logo, Google logo. That's crazy. And I'm logged in. I could log out, and the sign in should come over here. And when I sign in, if I change my account, you know, I might have to provide password for that. But, you know, this one, which I'm currently using, it's allowing me to reflect that image over here, and I could sign out successfully, which is amazing. And the same goes for the mobile navigation view. And, you know, it's coming out like that as well. So pretty good. What we want to do now is we're going to have one other thing is we have to make sure that the database is also storing the data. So if I go here into my database and see all my data, which is over here in the database, and if I go browse collections, you can see there's nothing over here. Database is 0 and collection 0. It means that my code, which had the database logic, wasn't even being executed. So in the utils database.js, this function, which is connect to DB, that was being, you know, added in my authentication over here is not actually working here. It's not even being called. So we're going to have to fix this issue. So let's go to the route.js and, you know, fix that up. Okay, one other mistake that I've done is that I just randomly add this. So this is not even a thing we need. Let's see that actually when we provide, you know, Next Auth providers and Google provider, we actually have to add a callbacks within the session and the sign in. And it's part of the documentation. So we're going to have to add in callbacks, colon, and then this bracket with a comma, and we're going to have to include the session and the sign in function. So within it. So I'm just going to see where this sign in closes from. Okay, so this sign in closes here, and the session one closes here. So we're going to cut this, or I could have simply, I'm just going to cut it, and I'm going to go in here and I'm going to paste it within this CRUD. And let's just format the document again. So format document, where are you? Okay, and now this should be reflected. And every time I, you know, add some kind of user into my database, it should be populated. Right now I didn't do anything. I'm going to sign in. And it says over here that there's cannot override user model once compiled. This error happened while generating the page. So there's this model user is go to user schema. So I'm going back to the user.js in the models. So going to the models folder and checking, you know, what is the reason. model model.user. Okay, I understand one thing. Go to the models folder. And inside the user.data, it's actually models. So const user is equal to models.user colon model and then user and user schema. And of course, it's giving some problems. Let's just have the thing compiled again. So now let's see. So I ran it. It should populate. It should ask me to sign in. I'll sign in. I'll give in my Google account. It should save my Google account's information to the database. So over here, refresh this. And you can see share prompt users is the table. So database users. And over here, my username, image of my logo, as well as my email is saved in the database. So really great work. Two buttons are not appearing, which I want one create post and this other button, sign out button. And I'm gonna fix this up. Still don't see any fix for this, but yeah, there's like a bug, and I'm gonna fix this. Okay, so what happened was that when I went back to my code, I noticed that I made a mistake with the mobile navigation as well as the desktop navigation. If I look at the desktop over here, you could see that I have this class, and then there was actually SM and then dash. I was keep doing that. It was colon over here, as well as for the mobile navigation, which is on this part, it's also colon, because this is a Tailwind CSS class. And when I run it, because it's now normally running, so let me just rerun it again. You'll see that when I run this thing over here, you'll see that there's a create post and sign out buttons now, which weren't visible before. Now if I sign out from here, it's just gonna sign me out. All right. And if I refresh this page, I mean, I don't see anything right now since I just reloaded it. It's gonna take some time. I refresh it. Now there's going to be a sign in button. When I sign in, it's going to ask me to sign in, choose an account to continue to Promptopia. I'm going to use my Coding Cleverly account. And once I do this, you'll see my logo, the sign out, and create post. If I click on create post, it takes me to another page. It has the same navigation format because I use this in the layout.js. Remember that file? I'll show you. Over here in the app where there's layout.jsx file, I use the same header navigation. So navigation is consistent throughout, and that's why it's being appeared over there. And I could just go back to this. Normally if I sign out now, you could sign in. If I sign in now, you'd see the same process going forward again and again. But one other thing is that in mobile navigation view, if I go to mobile navigation, that thing, it disappears. So you can see that disappears, and I only get this scroller, and this has my profile and create prompt and then sign out. If I click on this one, it just takes me to the sign out page again. There's sign in. I don't have to go to the profile page. I'll just go back to the main page, right? And that's pretty much it. And now let's go to the next updates. So after all of these changes that we have made, now we're gonna go and create a prompt. Like I'm saying, I want to sign in. I want to create a prompt. I want to create a post, right? And I want to say I want to have it stored somewhere. So create post, and I want to have a post created, and then I want it saved in a database and all that stuff. So to do that, let's go to the code, and what we're going to do is we're going to cross everything out from here, and we're going to clean this up. Okay, so now what we're going to do is we're going to go to the app folder, and inside the app folder, we're going to create a new folder, which is called create prompt. And inside of this folder, we're going to have a file which is called page.jsx. All right, and in this page.jsx, we're going to use rafc. So rafc, and we're going to call this as create prompt saved. And over here too, we're going to just type in create prompt for now and save this. Okay, so this is a React functional component with export. And now if you could see, if I go back here, you could see that this create prompt is existing because I was already linked with that create prompt and it used my file-based navigation. to find that page. So it's amazing. Now what we're going to do is we're going to use a couple of things in this page.jsx file. So let's get started. The first thing is that we're going to use state. Okay, so we're going to use state hook. So we're going to say use state. All right. From React, we're also going to be using import use session. Now, one other thing is that I'm using, the use state hook, and that automatically will give me an error. So let me just comment this one out, and you'll see there's an error. It says over here that React server component error, and you're importing a component that needs use state. It only works in a client component, but none of its parents are marked with use client. Okay. So we have to change this to a client component. To do this, we're going to have that use directive on the top, use client, and that should fix it. And let me just go back here, and we have use session, and we have from, we have next auth, and then we have React over here because we're using session, and we're also using one other thing over here. We're going to import use router, and this is going to be used for changing the navigation. So next happen / navigation, and there you go. After that, what we're going to do inside the create prompt is that we're going to use we're gonna essentially define some states inside of this, and then we're also gonna create a function. So over here, before the return, we're gonna first create some states. The first state is const submitting, to know that if we submitted a form or not. So submitting, set submitting, to just give a flag if it's submitted or not. Set submitting, and we could say use state like that, and have false inside here. All right. The other thing is that we have a post, the const post and set post. Okay, and then that is also use state. And the post will have some options, and those are the prompt of the post, that should be a string, and there will be a tag for the post, and that should be a string as well. And normally we just save it like that. So these are two use states. We also create a function, const create prompt function. It's an asynchronous function, so yeah, SNYC, it doesn't, we have to wait. I mean it doesn't go line by line, it could go whenever needed. So asynchronous function, and it doesn't use normal behavior like normal functions do, right? So what we're gonna do is we're gonna create a function in here, and we're gonna add in some additional things for this. Normally it's gonna be a try and a catch block, and this would have the error over here, and this would have the console.log error. All right, so essentially like that. And then we have a finally block as well, and this is just we're gonna set the state, which is submitting. So essentially this we're gonna have it set to false once we click on this create prompt function whenever it's called. So we'll just change it to false. So right now what we're going to do is we're going to go to the return function here, and we're going to change it from these divs to a function. We're going to use the component that we created before. It was a form component, and that form component is going to be used to create many prompts, right? If I go here and I show you, this is a form that we created, but there's nothing in it. So there's nothing in here right now, and I'm going to use that to create as many prompts as possible. So I'm going to use the form to basically have the form added. What we're going to do is we're going to have to import the form. So we'll go up here on the top, and we'll have the form imported. So import form from components, and we have form like that. All right, and inside of this form now we could have this form tag, and then this form tag over here, and essentially we could have mean, it's a self-closing tag here. So it's going to be normally like this. And it's not going to have this closing tag over here. And this is how the form tag would look. It would have some conditions. So it would have a type, like what type of form it is. Is a create form, edit form, or delete form, right? Post will be set to the post, which, which we defined up on the top. Let's see over here. And then we have the set post equal to set post. And we have submitting is equal to submitting. And we have the handle submit sub is equal to create post. And this is the function create post. Sorry, create prompt. This function that we just created on the top right here. And normally this are some of the attributes. We could either click and hold the control key. Okay, so I'm gonna hold the alt key and double click on each of these. All right, this is gonna copy everything. I'm gonna do control C. I'm gonna go to the form.jsx and I'm just gonna paste them here like that. But we have to add in commas in every of these fields, each of these fields. So comma, comma, and these are going to be passed as props. Just a second. I'm going to close it, and then there should be a bracket up here as well. And like that. Over here. And this one. So we have type, post, set post, and all that passed inside that navigation. So let's go to the form.jsx and see that this is all of these props that we need to fulfill, right? Because I actually need this form component to have all of its essentials done, and then we could go back to the page.jsx and just complete it for us, right? And then hopefully complete this function. So let's go to the form and let's just make the form for us. And then we're just going to import it, right? So right now you can see that the form is being there. Normally we're in the create post, but we have to just change this, and we got to, use a little bit of different section. So we're going to use section tags over here, HTML5 section semantic tags. Over here, we don't need to import React, but we actually need to import link. And that we need from next-link. All right. And one other thing that we need from here is that we need the section tags, and they have some Tailwind styling. So class name, and the styling is w full. So width full, max hyphen full, max hyphen w hyphen full, flex hyphen start, flex hyphen call. And over here we have the head one, and inside the head one we have a class name, and that is head underscore text. Right now you'll see some changing that's going to be going on. So right now you can't see anything, but just a second, I'm going to bring that over here and bring this one over here so that you can see some dynamic changes. So over here we have head one, and this is going to be head text, right? Another class for this would be text hyphen left. And what I want to add in this h1 is basically post. Now you can see that post is appearing over here, but we want to add some styling to this. So let's put it in a span tag. All right. And normally the span tag will include some class name as well, and that would be blue gradient underscore gradient. Okay, now check this out. That looks pretty awesome. Now, actually we need the type passed in as well. So I'm just gonna have the type, which is being passed by prop. So I'm just gonna add the type here, and that should be create, because when we're here, we put the type as create. If I make it as edit, it should change to edit. So, you know, it's basically the prop that's being passed in, and it's just gonna always be modified according to our needs. So now that we have the text and everything, we need a paragraph after the heading. So paragraph, and the paragraph has class name, and that is DESC text hyphen left, and then we have max hyphen W hyphen MD, and over here we have type. Again, this could have, you know, the create, and the remaining text that we might need for this is this. So I'm just gonna paste it right here like that, and it says create your and share amazing prompts with the world, and let your imagination run wild with any AI powered platform, because we're just allowing people to save their prompts in this, you know, application. It is not an AI based application, but we might do something like that in the future. All right, so now we have this paragraph in here, and over here we need a form. So we're gonna have to include a form over here, a form tag. So form, and the you know, form has some properties as well. The self-closing form tag. So actually we have, no, it's not a self-closing form tag, but essentially it's like this. Form has some classes as well. The first class on the form is, attributes. The first is on submit, so where this form will actually go when it's submitted, and it will go in the handle submit. All right. And the class names for this would be margin top 10, width hyphen full, max hyphen W hyphen 2XL, flex call, gap 7, glass polymorphism, morphism. So we have label. So essentially I want to show you that I actually have some additional things on here. The label tag is going to be over here. So this label tag has a span, class name, font Satoshi, font semi-bold, text base, text gray 700, and it's called your AI prompt. We just put it in here in this text area. So this is just a span, but after that there's a text area element, and it has a value of post.prompt, and you can see over here that we passed in, and then over here we have on change, and it has an event, and it says set post, and it has this spread operator post, and then the prompt is equal to e.target.value. Whatever you change in here will be reflected. Placeholder, it says write your post here. Required field, and class name form underscore text area, which has this nice animation. So you can see that this form looks really nice. Text area, and after this we need another label, and that label has to include the form for the tags that we want to specify after we create our prompt, right? There's going to be a tag related to it, so that it's going to be useful for searching. So if I bring this label in here, which normally has this field of prompt, and it has product, web development, idea, and etc., and then it has this tag field. So if we go over here, label, we have span, class name, font Satoshi, text base, text area 700, field of prompt, and we have the field of prompts over here, and you could see over here that we have a span, class name, font normal, and we have the span things, what would, you know, the idea and all these etc things are inside of this span tag. The span tag is closed in here. So it's like span in span, nested spans, and then there's an input field, has the post.tag value, has the on change spread operator, normally the same thing. If I show you a little bigger, so on change e post, and then text area, the type is text, placeholder is tag, required, and class name is form underscore input. And that's normally that's our form. The last thing we might need is the button to cancel and to submit the prompt. So this is the div class name flex end mx3 mb5 gap4, and then there's a link that takes you to the original, back to the home page, and it says if you want to cancel it. So if I you'll see that there's a cancel and a create button. If I click on the cancel, it'll just take me back to the home page, but I'll just go back here, and then there's this button, has this type submit, it has this disabled submitting. So meaning disabled submitting means that in the beginning it wouldn't be submitted until you click on this button, okay? And then that's why we disabled it. Class name, and then we have this class which has this really nice primary orange bg, primary orange, and text small, padding for y and padding for x of 5 and 1.5, rounded full, and text white. So you can see that cool call to action button. And then we have submitting. Now this is the text, and we have this format over here, but it says over here, whatever you change the state to, that type will be over there. So suppose when I change it to edit, it will change to edit accordingly. Like I'm doing create over here. This is all dynamic. So right now it was create, but when I do edit, it will be reflected to the top. Let me refresh. Okay, so edits. I didn't save. So 1 second, my mouse is turning crazy again. Save, and let's go back here. Now you can see this edit title, and then the button's name was edit as well. So this is just for reference, and that's what's the power of props are. Yeah, I'm changing it back to create. So that's how we're gonna dynamically create this. Now this form is 100% complete, and we could use it. So we can export it, export default form. On the top, you can see that there's actually the link for next link. So this form is completely created, and now we go back to the page.jsx to actually use it and finish up our create prompt function. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to the create prompt function, and inside of this function we have a lot of things to take in consideration. First thing is, when you want to the create prompt, you want to prevent some things. So if it's like event prevent default, so you don't want the default behavior of the page to reload, and you don't want to do that. Next.js allows us to have everything feel most modern and dynamic and without page reload. So this is going to prevent the browser from reloading when submitting the form. After that, we have set submitting, and we clicked on this button, and this should make it set submitting set to true. Okay. After that, we have this try and catch block. In the try function, we're gonna have to call an API that we're gonna actually create to basically save the content inside of the database. So we have to call some API to create a post. To do this, we could have a const response, since we're calling some API, and that is await fetch, and we're gonna have it like this. So /API /prompt. So with the prompt we did, and /new, and we have this options object, and inside of this we'd have the method as post because we're actually creating something. And we have the body set to JSON.stringify, and inside of this we have an option object as well, which has the prompt saved to the post.prompt. The user under ID, so user ID would be session question dot user dot ID for that ID. We're going to basically get it from the session, and the tag will be the post dot tag. And you might be asking, where are we actually, getting all of this stuff from? So what we're going to do is we're actually going to create that API right now. And there's this session, and I didn't have it imported, so I need that imported as well. And I'm gonna do it over here. Actually, I don't need to import it. I have the use session and use router, but I have to use them in here as well. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna instantiate them by having const router, and inside of this is use router, and this router would have all of the functionality as well as the const data for the session. I'm gonna rename it from data to session, and this is coming from use session, like that. You can see this one, all right, from next auth React. So I changed it to session, and this should satisfy the constraints that we have. And we could call this and basically create our prompt, having this all stuff saved in the prompt, the user ID, and the tag. If all things go well, so I'm just gonna have a comma here, and I'm gonna have a semicolon here. If all things do go well, like if response is okay, so if that response is good, what we're gonna do is we're gonna have to navigate the router to push you back to the main page, which was the home page. And you want to redirect the user to the home page, so that's gonna be there. Else no, so we don't need any else. This is just that condition, and the catch is doing the other job for us, where it's just going to log the console thing, and finally it's just going to set it like that. Okay, so one other thing to be concerned about is that we have this API, but this doesn't even exist. We have to create that right now. So unlike traditional convention where we had to create a dedicated server, and over there we had to create those routes, endpoint routes, and then we had to create a controller. So not like that in Next.js. It doesn't allow us to do anything like that. It doesn't it gives us a better, simpler route. So what it does is that it gives us a better solution, and we essentially could create serverless routes, and we all have to do through the API. So this is a really crazy part that I'm going to do right now. So I'm going to go over here, this /API/prompt and /new. What we're going to do is we're going to go by from the app folder, we're going to go to the API folder, and inside the API folder, we're going to create a new folder, which is going to be called prompt. So prompt, like so. And inside of the prompt folder, we're going to create a new folder, which is going to be called new. And inside of the new folder, we're going to be creating a file, which is called route.js. Now, this is like this app API auth. Okay, so I did something wrong in here. So I'm gonna have to go back in the Explorer. It didn't go in the right place where I needed it to go. So reveal in File Explorer, and you can see that this route is in the prompt. Okay, but it didn't have to go inside of this. So what we're gonna do now is we're gonna have this cut. I'm just gonna delete all of it. Okay, so this route is the original route that we had, going back to the auth, going back to the API, we're going back to the app. Okay, so this is the app, and inside the app, we're going to create a new folder, which is called prompt, P-R-O-M-P-T. So like this, all right? And inside the prompt folder, we're going to create a new folder, which is called new. So new prompt, right? And inside this folder, we're going to be creating a file, which is going to be called route.js. Let's just see how it looks like over here. So app, and inside here we have prompt, right? And okay, I have to go inside of the API as well. What I'm doing, man, I did a mistake again. Let me just repeat that. So create prompt and prompt. Create prompt. That's the old one. Prompt, new prompt. Yeah, I'm gonna have to delete this again. So app, prompt. Yeah, I'm gonna delete this entire folder again. I have to go to the API folder, and inside of this, you have this auth folder, right? With the auth folder, you're gonna have a new folder over here. So I'm just gonna use Control Shift and N, and we're gonna call this as the prompt folder, PROMPT. Inside of this prompt folder, we're gonna create a new folder which is gonna call new for our new prompt. And inside of this, we're gonna have that page.js file. So over here now you're gonna see app API prompt new. So you can see new, and over here you could just type in route.js, and this should appear in that right place. So rightful place, done. Now that everything looks settled, we're gonna have to create that. So API prompt new route. So let's essentially create this thing for us. What we're gonna do is we're gonna first create our a route. How do we do this API route? Normally, you would have some the things that I've discussed before in those express part, but we're not gonna have to do anything like that. It's pretty simple. All you have to do is, since I had that API being called and I need it, so the API that was being called was from the create prompt. So if I go to the form, this is the entire form. If I go to the form feed, nav profile prompt card provider. So it's actually in the create prompt. So create prompt and this page.jsx. So over here, what we're doing is we're basically calling this API, all right? And all we got to do is just create it over here. So we're gonna have const export const post method equal to an asynchronous function, could have a request and a response, and it's gonna have all of this inside of here. All right. So you could normally have a try and a catch block here, like that. You could put your error in here, and this could catch the error. So console.log error. Now the thing is that we have this, we might not even need response since we're only getting the request. So what happens is that we have to get the fields. The fields that are being brought up is prompt, user ID, and tag. So we could have like this, like the following: const user ID, prompt, and the tag, and they're coming from the request, right? So we say await request.json, and that brings us these fields. After these fields are brought, I actually need one other thing. We're gonna have to first get these fields. After that, we're gonna try to save them in our database, right? The values will be all consistent throughout. So we're gonna have to try catch it, and we're gonna have to try to connect to our database. So connect to DB function once again. Now for this, I have to import connect DB, connect to DB, and it was from our utils, from @utils /database, right? So what's happening is that this function is gonna be called whenever we need it. These are Lambda functions, and they will die out once their job is complete. So that's something unique about Next.js, that the thing is not always on. All right, it only turns on when it's needed, and then after that it just finishes. So once you do this, right, once you connect your database, you want to try to save those things inside of that database. So const new prompt. Now, of course, I have to save it as a prompt, and a prompt is like a model I have to create. And let's just create that model for now. So I'm going to go to the models folder, and inside here, I'm going to create a file which is going to be called prompt.js. Now inside the prompt.js file, so models, prompt.js, we're going to have import the schema, the model, Okay, sorry about that. The model and the models from Mongoose so that we could have it, so we could use it efficiently. Let's create the prompt schema. Prompt schema. It's essentially a new schema, and it has the options object, and it will have some fields. So it would have a creator for the prompt. The creator would be a user type. All right. So type could be schema, schema dot types dot object ID. We're just gonna get the user type, and we have to have a one-to-many relationship since one creator can create many prompts, right? One user can create many. So I'll say reference as user, and this is gonna create that one-to-many relationship since one user can create many prompts. Now, after that, we could have our other fields like the prompt itself. The prompt itself is going to be a string, of course. So type is colon string, and the required field will be true since everything has to be filled. So and I'll have a message over here. I'll say prompt is required. All right, and then we have the next thing is the tag, and that is gonna be type string, and we have the required field again, which will have true. Tag is also going to be a string, and it has tag is required as well. All right. So now we have all of that done and placed. We could have the semicolon here, and this is essentially our schema format document just to make it look nicer. So these are our fields. All we got to do now is export it. So first let's create it. So const prompt is equal to, now normally you would have model and it would say prompt. So you're gonna you'll name it as prompt and you'll bring it up from prompt schema. But sometimes it's already there, so you're just gonna have to make sure that if it's already existing, just get the prompt from the model, else create one. And then export it like so. So export the default prompt. That's basically our schema for the prompt. Let's go back to the route and let's create this prompt and finish it up. So we have new prompt, and to get this, we have to import it. So to import it, it's simple. Import the prompt. So import prompt from app models / prompt and semicolon. And over here we have new prompt is equal to new and then we have prompt and we have this options object, and inside this we could put in the values for creator and the prompt and the tag. So creator would be the user ID, the prompt would be the prompt that's being passed as here from it's being fetched from the request, and the tag would be also that same thing, and just put a comma over here. And there you go. That's our prompt being created. All we got to do is save it in the database. So we have await new prompt, and then we have .save function, and that is it. And once it's saved successfully, you could return a status code. So return new response, and you could say JSON.stringify new prompt. It's gonna show it in a response, the complete model object, and inside there's gonna be the status code option for 201, meaning successfully done and saved. So, and the catch block, you already know that if it didn't work, it would either throw an error like this, or you could just return something similar but having response set to failed to create a new prompt, and the status code for this would be would be 500. All right, and that is pretty much it. So the route.js is completed as well. This API is completed, format document, and this is how our API looks like. Amazing. For Next.js. So this is the one that will be saving the prompt in our database. And everything else will be perfectly fine. Now let's go back to the route, the new route, so this is the prompt is done. This is a prompt. We'll go back to the new route and then complete all of this. After that, once the complete route is done, we're gonna have to go and see how this actually works. So let's go here, npm run dev, and let's see how it looks like. So over here we have this post. I'll say this is a sample post prompt that I want to save. Okay, so you can see now there's stuff like mongoose error is coming up, but let's just see the web development. All right, and then try to save it. Okay, so I clicked on it and it has MongoDB connected and it saved it. Perfect. And it redirected me back, but my feed is empty. That doesn't matter because I initially left the feed empty myself. The feed is actually the component here, component and feed. We're gonna actually have to link that later on, but right now you could see that it's connected. Let's go to the database over here. Let's log in back and see if it has been reflected. My session had timed out, but let's just see if it's saved inside of the MongoDB. So let's go here in the database and over here, let's see that we have browse collection and there should be prompts. And this is a sample prompt that I want to save. Web development tag, and this is that object ID. You can see that this is the same ID that my user is from. So my user has an ID of, let's suppose object ID 655. It has a 65553. And over here and the prompt as well, 6554. So 553. Since I think I had another session, it might have changed it, but hopefully when I do another prompt for this, it's gonna have everything synchronized. So refresh, sign in, log in, and create post, new prompt, product, and create. Check the database. So you could see over here, and essentially this is object ID, and I think the object ID is going to be different. Yes, because it's a different thing. And the creator, you could see over here, now the creator is appearing, and you could see that is 6553. Yeah, you could see 4212AA, and for the user over here, 4212AA. Perfect. Everything is working properly, and now we just need to populate the fields. So I have that all figured out. So we were in this part where we actually had the feed component, and this feed component, if we do npm, so let's run this up, npm run dev, and you could see right now we got to the part where we actually allowed us to save prompts inside of our database. We are allowed to create more prompts. So this is another prompt. All right, and I could save it with a tag. Let's say new one. Okay, and then create. Click on this. It does creating. Okay, now this is a and then it goes here, and then it's supposed to show over here in the feed component, but it doesn't work right now. But in the database, it is loaded here. So there's another prompt, and it's from that same creator. What we're gonna do now is we're gonna try to create the feed component. So over here, you could see that there is this feed component, right? And this actually has to be appearing. So what we could do is first go to the components and cross all of these other things out. And this is the feed component. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna essentially start from the beginning. So you're gonna have to use some hooks. So I'm gonna use state and use effect hook. So use state and use effect hook. All right. All right. And what we have to do is we have to use client for that. Use client like so. And let's just delete this part over here. And I think that is pretty much it. Okay, so now after that, we actually need to get the prompt card. So you can see that there is actually a component called prompt card, and that also doesn't have anything specified, but our feed will have a bunch of prompt cards. Like now that we have all of them in our database, right? We want to show them displayed on our screen. We want them to be displayed over here. So we're gonna have to use a get request for this to get all these three and display them. And not only mine, but whoever creates prompts with this application, all of them should be displaying. So yeah, we're gonna now go in here in the feed, and we're gonna just finish this up. So right now we're gonna use the import card from prompt. We're gonna import this later on, so I'm just gonna have it imported right now, prompt card, since this is gonna be one card from the /prompt card right here. And inside of this feed, what we're going to do is, first of all, I'm going to change this to this is the functional component, right? And we're going to change this to a section tag, and this to a section as well. And we're going to have a class name set to feed. Just a second. Class name is set to feed, and over here we'll have a form that will allow us to view all these changes, correct? So normally right now you can't see anything here, and you weren't able to see the feed text as well because it's not actually linked with our home page. So if I go to the home page, which is in the app page.jsx, over here there should be the feed component. So let's just uncomment this out, and now you should see some feed appearing over here. Just refresh this, and now it says over here that the feed is not defined because we didn't have imported it on the top. So let me just quickly import the page. So over here, what we're gonna do is import feed from at components, and we have feed like that. So now you could see that feed text finally appearing. And let's just go forward with this and just finish it up. So now that we have this, we're gonna have a lot of things that we have to consider first. Remove this text and save this, and now we want a form tag. So form tag. Now the form tag will have some properties, so some attributes we have to set. So class name is equal to relative, and we have width of full, and we have the flex of sender. So far nothing, but you should see something when I put the input field. So the input would have something with a self-closing tag like this. All right. And now you can see some input field happening over here, right? There is an input field, but we just have to make it better. So some of the properties that we need to include in here are the following. So this. So let me just fix this up. Let me just format document. So let me just format document. Okay. So we have text for text, placeholder, search for a tag or a username. Okay. So the value is search text, and we don't have that state defined. And handle search change is the function when we change something, and required in class name search input here. Obviously, the search text and the on change has a problem. So we're going to have to define them on the top over here before our functional component. So over here, what we're going to do, functional component is this entire thing. So inside of our functional component before our rendering function, right? So our return rendering thing. So what we're going to do in here is we're going to have the search text define the state and the other one. So const search text. And this is going to be our input field to search something. So set search text like so. And we're going to have that as use state and like so. That good play error should be gone, but now it's dealing with the other one. So to handle that one, we could have const handle search change, and this has the event with it, and also it has the functions specified for this. Handle search change, I'm just going to leave it as like this for now. But yeah, we'll change it up. So now you can see a really nice search for a tag or username field over here, but it just looks really nice over here. But right now it doesn't have anything dealing with it, so we're going to change it later on. But we actually need our post appearing over here on the bottom. So for that, we're just going to keep going forward. So let's go on the bottom here, and what we're going to do essentially is have the form and then the feed component that we actually need. So section, within the section, we're going to have the prompt card, but not the prompt card, but actually a prompt card list. All right. And it will have some methods, and it will be data will be set to null right now, and the handle tag change, handle tag click will equal to an empty callback function. All right, so it's like this. Now, of course, handle prompt card list does not exist. So to fix this issue, we just have to go up on the top and create it. So before our functional component, I'm going to create the prompt card list. So I'm not going to create a file and, like traditionally I create a component within the component folder. I'm going to create an inline component within this file, and that's just going to be used for this this specific component. So it's going to be called a prompt card list. I'm going to say const prompt card list, and it would have the data and the handle tag click that I essentially gave to it. So, and it would have the arrow function, and it will have something like this. So now you could see that that error is gone, and this stuff that I gave to it, data and handle tag click, will be passed to this thing over here as props. And what we're going to do is we're going to have a return function in here, which will essentially have a div, and it will loop through all the posts to get the appropriate post. For that, I'm going to have that prompt card set. And essentially what we're going to do is we're going to have a inside div that would normally use a map to go one by one through each prompt card. So div class name, margin top 16, and prompt layout. You can see right now nothing is appearing over here. But what's going to happen is that the map will go based on the post, and it will create a prompt card. It'll have the key, the post, and the handle tag click set to all of these fields respectively. So, it's essentially catered towards. Over here in the use state, we have another use state over here, which is going to be called the post one. So posts and set posts, and that should be use state, and we have an empty list right now in the beginning. And if we go down on the bottom, we have this use effect, which actually has to call the API so that I could get all the values. So um, what makes sense is right now to have that incorporated. So of course I have these posts. I could just have that replaced with this part over here. And, now let's just create that use effect that will fetch the API that I have to create, so that it gets all of these saved prompts that are in the database. So use effect, and we're gonna have the body like this, and normally has the square bracket, so parentheses, and inside we have this function, and I have to essentially fetch the post. So I'm going to say fetch posts is equal to an asynchronous function, and this would have the arrow function which says const response, and we're going to use the await. So await fetch and slash API. We have to create all of this, which doesn't exist right now. So prompt. So API, in the API folder, there's going to be a prompt, and then it's going to definitely be a file called route.js, and that will have that API endpoint that will be used to get all the prompts from our database and fetch them over here on the screen. So what we're going to do is const data, and I'm going to convert this response data, and I have to convert it to JSON. So to have all this, we have to have an await before it, prepend it, and after that, let's just set the posts, the posts that I have this state over here, which has all the posts, and it will have the data into it. So like so. Of course, this is not going to be called until you invoke it. So you could invoke it right in here. So fetch posts, and that should do it. And pretty much whenever this will be called once the page loads. So when I load the page, it would be called. But right now, this is not going to do anything because that API does not exist. And let's create that API right now. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to try to create that API. So I'm going to go here in the structure over here, and I'm going to go to the app, the API. And inside there's the prompt, and inside the prompt, I'm going to create a new route inside that. So it's going to be called route.js. Let's just see how it looks like. Okay, so enter. A file or folder structure is already there. Okay, this is a problem. So I'm going to have to format app API route, app API, and then prompt. So okay, I think now I understand. It has to be underlined, and now I could create a route.js over here. Now this is the thing we need. So over here you can see app API prompt and route.js. We have to essentially complete this now. We're just going to create our API route, so prompt and route.js. Essentially, we're going to have the prompt coming from the models prompt. That prompt that I created that has the model defined and all. I'm going to import that. I'm also going to import the connection, connect to DB from the utils, and it has the database like so. And over here we're going to have an export const get, and we have an asynchronous function. We have a request, and over here we have the try and catch block. So try and we have the catch error, and we have essentially this is the API endpoint that's going to be used. Export const get async request try. So let's try to connect to our database. Await connect to DB. Of course, remember I told you these are Lambda functions and they die out once their purpose is done. So we just need to use them whenever we have to use an API endpoint. Okay, const prompts and is equal to await. And this is where we're going to define it. So, you know, I already told you that it's that route. We already figured it out using file handling and file-based routing. And all we got to do now is just define how it's going to work. So we're going to have the prompt, you know, prompt is coming from the models, right? We're going to have the find function because it's all connected with the database, right? And we're going to find the prompts, all of them, and populate them based on the creator. So like that. And this is going to give us all the prompts based on all the creators. Okay. And we're going to return a new response having JSON. This is just a convention, JSON.stringify. And then we have the prompts in here, which are the prompts you can see over here that we're going to fetch. And we have a status code. We just give, so status and 200 like that. Semicolon at the end. And over here on the catch, we have the return new response, and we have JSON dot stringify we have no, actually we don't have to do any JSON dot stringify because we're not collecting anything on the error case. Actually, we're just gonna say failed to load all the prompts, right? Failed to fetch all prompts. Status code 500, which is wrong, right? Error. Perfect. So this is our API that's created, and this should be now able, we should be able to use it. Refresh it and see any effects. So far, nothing. But you can see the prompt cards. Amazing. These are 3 different prompt cards. Remember that in my database, I created 3 different prompts, and now they're being appeared. All our job is to do now is to get the prompt card, because this is the prompt card. I'll do Alt and click, and this is the prompt card component, and we just have to modify it and display everything with it. So, you know, our job is now, you know, just view all posts for now, and we have to just get all of that. So I'm gonna go to the prompt card, which is over here, prompt card components. So I'm gonna go to the prompt card. I'm gonna have these removed, and let's go on the top and say use client. I'm gonna use a lot of browser on this, so a lot of browser will be involved. So over here we have use state from React. We'll have the optimized image from Next-image, and we'll also have the session use session from, we have Next-auth, and we have React, where we're going to get the session from. We also have import use path name. This is something new, and we have use router, and we're going to have that from next / navigation. It's like so. Perfection. So we have prompt card, and we essentially what we have to do is we have to grab all the things that were passed to, and we'll have to put them in like a prop state. So let me put them as props, the things that the prompt card will receive, and these are the things that we might need. Now over here in the we must need, but the handle edit and handle delete ones are going to be later updated. Right now I'm going to try to fix up the post and handle tag click, so that when you click on the tag or click on the post, it could copy to the clipboard and you could save it and all. But right now we're going to have the states defined in here. So I'm going to use the following states. So one is data, and then we're just going to get the session, use path name, and we're going to get it from path name. Use router and put it as router, and the use state for copied is going to be copied and set copied. This is going to be used to copy the text and then paste it and have it on our clipboard. Now let's go back to the return function that's happening. Inside of this, we have this div class name PromptCard. So class name. You'll see some dynamic drastic changes over here. Now let's see PromptCard, save it. You can see some cards now instead of the other text. It looks much nicer. And let's just remove this text over here. And now you can just see there's just that. Will it actually need to include a div that has the username, the email, and all of the other necessities? So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to try to grab this and paste it here. So you could see at a moment there's going to be some errors, of course, but let me just go forward with what I did. So essentially there's this div, there's a class name flex, justify between. There's a lot of item start gap 5. There's a lot of Tailwind, and div class name flex 1, flex justify start item center gap 3, cursor pointer, and then there's this image. Okay, this is the optimized image. Source is the post.creator.image. Now alt is user image, width and height, and class name rounded full. This shouldn't give a problem. The problem that is coming is from the post.creator.image. Okay, it says over here cannot read properties of undefined reading image. So the last time I was checking this, we had this kind of problem where, when I added this part of code inside of my prompt card tag, which the div class name prompt card, this part of code wasn't executing because what was happening is that there's this image, there was this I'm actually going to tell you that we're actually in our prompt card, and if I look into this application now, this is the thing that it was working with. But let's sign in with my account, and I'm making sure that it's working. Now these are the prompt cards that are appearing over here, right? It wasn't working initially in the beginning. So what happened was that when I go to this feed component, this is actually gonna be in that feed component, the prompt card. It has the image of the creator who created that post, right? And I had to delete some of my data from the MongoDB. So initially what I had here was when I go to the database and I go to the browse collections. Now, when you see the prompts over here, I just removed the initial ones that I had. They didn't have this common creator tag inside of them. That's why they were giving that error that you saw in the beginning. So I had to delete them manually from here and then delete, but I'm not going to delete now. And when I'm going to add a new one, now it's going to have that creator object ID that I could use to display those prompt cards. Right now, I don't see, I have the username and the email, but I don't have this prompt as well as the tag. So I'm going to add that right now. And let's just do it. So what we're going to do is inside this, you could see that the image was there, the username is there, and the email was there, right? And this is some Tailwind CSS styling. Again, font Satoshi, font semi-bold, text grade 900, and this one is text grade 500, just to have that a slight less importance and giving this more importance since it's a username and making it a little bold. Okay, so now after that we have a div class name copy button. We're trying to add the copy functionality to this since we're gonna have this handle copy function over here. What happens is that we have the set copied state. So we have this use state over here defined, and it's set to null. Now what's gonna happen is whatever we have the text in that prompt, it's going to be inside of a clipboard. We're going to have that clipboard functionality. So whenever someone clicks on this copy button, so handle click, it will be executed. And you can see that there's this source copied. If that, if copied is equal to post.prompt, so copied is that state, we're going to have the, tick SVG selected, or if not copied, then we're going to have that copy SVG selected. Alt, again, it's a tick icon or copy icon, just, and then the width and height. So this is, just the copy functionality. Let me go over the handle copy function here. So we have that set copy state, and we get the post dot prompt. So where's this post, you might be asking? Post, remember, we passed it through a prop from our feed. So that's where it's getting from. And, if I go to the prompt.js, so prompt is right here, remember, type string and all of that. Essentially, we're getting that prompt and we're pasting that post.prompt in here. And then we're putting in set copy navigator.clipboard.write text post.prompt, putting in the navigator and putting the timeout function through 3,000 milliseconds or 3 seconds. All right, it's gonna make the state back to its normal condition, which is, empty string. So now this is all it. And let me show how it works. So if I go here and you see that these prompts are appearing, right now I'm signed in as well. Yeah, it's also going to be displayed when I'm signed out. So let's just show you if it's signed out. And if I click on this, you can see that there's this check mark. And normally it would go down. And then you could see that it's actually copied to my clipboard as well. The text, new prompt. This was actually the text that I saved inside of my database. So new prompt was over here. And the other one is going to be this one. And you can see this is another prompt that I just created, which had been over here, right? So everything seems perfectly fine. All we got to do now is to add the prompt text as well as the tag text. To add that, we're going to go here in the div section. Over here, this is the div for the copy button. This is the div for the flex justify between item start gap 5. And we're gonna have the the paragraph and the other one, the prompt card, inside of here. So what we're gonna do is the p tag class name, and we're gonna have it set to my 4, okay, my4, which means margin on the y, for font Satoshi, and we have text sm text -gray 700, and we're gonna close this, and I'm gonna add the prompt card. So post dot prompt, like that. And once I do this, you should see the prompt appearing. There you go. The prompts are appearing. Amazing. And now all we got to do is add the tags as well. So the tags are also in a paragraph. So what you could essentially do is have the following code right here. All right. So the paragraph is class name, font inner, text sm, blue gradient, cursor pointer, and it has this on-click functionality, which has, if the handle tag click exists and the handle tag click has the post.tag set into it, then we call this function. But handle tag click right now does not even exist. But actually it has this over here. But right now it's not gonna cater for that. We're gonna do the editing part later on. Right now we're just focusing on displaying the edit button, as well as the delete button, as well as the prompt text and the tag text. So right now you could see that this tag will work. There's going to be a blue gradient color to it. So you could see the product and the web development is in there. Pretty good. Pretty cool. Okay. So one other thing is that we could add a hashtag over here, because it doesn't have it. So you could just have a hashtag over there. And now you can see all these tags have that hashtag symbol. And later on, what you would like to do is, when you click on one of these, it will take you to the specific tag for that, searching it by there. Let me just see if it works through this. So Yeah. Nope, not that. No. Okay, I think it's okay. Like that. Just leave it in. Okay, and now we could move on to the next part. Um, we have the copy functionality done. And now what we have to do is we gotta go and create we have to go to page.js, which is in the profile, because we're gonna try to create a profile page. Now over here, if I go, there's these prompts that are appearing, right? When I sign in with my account to Promptopia, you can see that these posts are appearing, but I would love to go to my own profile and see those prompts on my profile screen, right? So to do that, we have to add the profile section, and it's so super easy. What we're gonna do is we could go to the app, we could go to the profile, and we're gonna have to create a profile button. So over here, profile, so profile folder, and then inside that profile folder, we could have page.js. Now, of course, this page.js, let's just add it as page.jsx. So again, go to the app and then the profile and then the page.jsx. So let me just have function and F2 key, and you could just type in JSX. Now, it allows all of this. Wrath C, and you could change this to my profile. Okay, and you could just have the my profile page now edited. All right, so what we're gonna do here in this my profile section is we're gonna do a lot of the things that we need. So the first thing is import React from React. We don't need, so we're just gonna use client, since we're gonna be behaving with the browser states. As so to know whether you are logged on, we're gonna have the session. So import use session, because I'm trying to display the profile page of the user, so you have to make sure that user is logged in so that you can show all the content. So we're going to use session from next auth, and we have /react, and we're also going to use the use states, so use effect, and we're also going to be using use state from React, and we're also going to be using the navigation that's provided using use router, so that we could move towards we could go back to our home page. So it's next / navigation, so navigation, like so, and that's it. Now what we can do is we're gonna essentially we want to import one component in here, and that is going to be the profile component. So import profile from @components / profile. Right now, in the meantime, you could see that in the components, there's going to be a profile component. It has nothing implemented so far, but the main stuff that we are going to be changing are going to be in here. But right now, let's just move with the flow and check my profile component. All right. So the my profile component will be normally, just like those normal section tags. That's what we're going to be trying to incorporate. But I mean, not section tags. We're just going to have, the profile component that we're trying to use. So profile component over here, as well as the profile component here. And the profile component will have, okay, I misspelled. Oh, there. So I'm going to have some things, attributes within it. So first, it's the name. So this is going to be my, then it's going to be the description. It's going to be my profile if you're logged in, and if not, then I'm going to say something else. This is the description. Welcome to my personalized profile page, all that. The data will be my posts. All right. Now, you might be asking, where are these posts going to be from? Well, the posts have to be created as a use state, so I'm going to do that in a second. And then, this will be the list of all the posts right now. We could just keep it as an empty square bracket. Handle edit to handle the edit functionality, and that should be handle edit. I'm going to create this function right now, handle edit. It's going to give me a lot of errors since these are not even defined. So the last thing would be handle delete, and it should be giving me handle delete. All right, so this is there. You could actually just had self-closing tag here. So it normally didn't have to have that closing here, and it should be opened here as well. And there you go. So now that's how everything is lighting up, and you could see that there's this semicolon here, a semicolon here, and saved. Okay, so now we have this profile section, which is amazing, but we need to get all these things out because right now we could see handle edit is not defined. So head and handle delete, and then remember the use state that you were mentioning, but I changed it to null. Right now, let's just create all of that. So for the top, let's have the inside of the functional component, my profile. So inside of it, we're gonna use a couple of things. So that router that we brought in. So let's just initialize all these things as well. So router, we're getting from use router. We're getting the session. So I'm gonna name that session to data, just like how we do normally. I mean, yeah, normally change the name of data to session, just like how we do normally. Mixed it up, but yeah. So data has changed to session. And over here we have use session, like so. And we also have my post. So this is the thing that I was looking forward. So my posts, and then we have set my posts. These are gonna be the posts that the user is gonna have. So, and you could guess it that initially the use state for this post would be an empty list, right? Now you could replace this data with my posts. But one other thing that you might be asking is that, well, you created the handle edit and handle delete, but they're not added here. So don't worry, let me just add them right now. So the handle edit will be just an empty function for now. This is where the main logic for the handle edit functionality would be, where we have to create an API endpoint, and the handle delete, where we'll have to create an API endpoint for that. But right now I'm just gonna write an empty function, and later on we're gonna modify it and meet it according to our needs. So handle edit will have the post, right, that you selected. So it will have the post that you selected from. So over here we have handle edit. So we'll have this empty. We're not going to put post in it right now. Let's just keep it empty. So handle edit, and we'll have the function like this: const handle delete, and it's an asynchronous sync, and like so. So we have handle delete, asynchronous. So perfect. Now that we have these functions defined, it shouldn't give us any errors, right? So, and we have the profile, component appearing. That means the navigation is also consistent, and that's the beauty of Next.js. Just provides everything so simple. Okay, so now that we have all of that settled in, we have this profile going in, right? We have to go to the profile component, and we're gonna have to capture all these props. So to go there to the profile section, control and click on it. You could see the profile section, and it has to have all these props filled in. So I'm gonna go to the profile section, and over here what we're gonna do is we're gonna have to satisfy a couple of things. But before all of this, let's have one other thing that I want to do before creating the profile section, and it's essentially getting all the So 1 minute. So getting all the prompts. Yeah. So getting all the prompts from here. So, you know, these profile prompts, I want all these messages appearing over here. How do I do that? And it's based on the use effect hook. So this one we're going to be using. And before my functions that were defined, I'm going to create that. So let's create that right here, handle effect. On top of handle effect, we'll have use effect. And it was almost similar than the last time we did it. So use effect, like so, and over here we have a square bracket. Okay. So we have this, and inside of the use effect, we could add in, you know, the code that we normally did before. And let me just have it here. And it was this. So let me just format document within this. And I'll show you that we have fetch post async. And then we have response, await, fetch, and then we have API users, and then we have a dynamic session.user.id, and then post. Then we have const data, await JSON response, and set my post to that data. Only fetch the post if we have a user to fetch them for. So what happened is that if the user is logged in, then fetch this, you know, function. So that's basically it. And you could just pass in this same ID in here. All right. And now this API does not exist. We're going to have to create this. But you might be asking, like, where did I, you know, have this before? If we go back to that, you know, that feed.jsx. So let's go there. So let me go to the components, feed. And over here we had this use effect, remember, fetch, and we had response, and we have API and prompt. And that's when we were getting all the prompts, right? But now we have to get based on that single user that, you know, was selected. To do that, we just go and modify a little bit and say API/users. And we have this users we have to create. And then after that, we have this dynamic session.user.id to capture the ID from the URL and then get all the posts from there. So let's do that right now. Let's create this, and you know, there's not going to be a problem. So I'm going to collapse all of this, and let's create this you know, API endpoint. So we'll go to the app API, and we're going to have to create an ID because app API, and then we're going to have users, sorry. So create a folder called users, and inside the users folder, we're going to create a folder which is going to be called, wait a minute. So users folder, we're going to be creating another folder which is going to be called the ID. So it's going to be the dynamic square bracket. It's called a dynamic route inside of the ID. And inside of that folder, so inside of that folder, we could create another folder which is going to be called post. You can see over here, you know, I'm trying to match all of this. So post. And inside of that post, we create another file. And that file will be called route.js. Okay, so this is the route. So app API users ID dynamic route, and then we have route posts as well as route.js. Over here is going to be the, you know, the API related to this. Now, you know, you might be asking, you know, we had this called before. If I go to the API and I go to the prompt and route, you saw that I got this prompt, you know, route that gets all of these prompts and it returns it. So normally we need almost the same thing. I'm going to copy that, paste it here, but we have to modify a few things. So this is going to be called route.js. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to get the following. So we have the prompt from the prompts model, connect to DB. And then we have get a request. Inside of this request, we're also passing in params because we're, you know, getting that user ID from the URL. So like this, session question.user.id. So we're getting that dollar and then square brackets, got it. And that's how, you know, we would have it here. And then, you know, we'd have that try block, which has connect to DB, essentially we could have params.id. So we could have params.id to get the ID of that user, and then just display the prompts accordingly based on that. So we could have await. We have await prompt.find, and we have inside of this we could pass in creator params ID. Okay, params.id, sorry, my bad. And then we have .populate creator, and mostly everything else is the same. So that's the API endpoint, and it should work now. Refresh. Okay, so there seems to be something missing, probably, and we're gonna have to check what's the thing. And I think what I think is that we have to implement the reusable profile component so that it shows the prompts there, or that map function. So go to the page. Where are we? So this is actually profile. Yeah, profile folder. So profile folder, and inside of this we had this handle edit, handle delete function that we later on need, and then we have this. But what I'm gonna have to do now is I'm gonna go to the profile page, control, and over here let's just implement the profile section now, and probably the post would appear when we edit this, and I think that's the main reason why it wasn't appearing, because this is the profile and it should appear all in here. So I'm going to change it to hello, and it should change over there accordingly. So let's just have the first, let's import the prompt card, because we need that. Prompt card is going to be those prompts, each prompt card from the add component. So /, you could also do this prompt card like that. Okay, so now what we're going to do is const profile. We have inside of it is name, DSC, description, data, handle edit, and then we have handle delete. All right, so we have this, and inside of this we could just name it to a section tag. This could be a section tag as well. And what I could do here is we have class name, and we could have width of full, and inside of this we would need some headings. So I'm gonna remove this, and I'm gonna put this profile format document. So you would see that I put a heading, head one. It has some head text and text left, and then there's a span tag. It has blue gradient, and then there's name, and then profile. You might be asking, where's this name and this DSC? All of this is coming from the this part over here. It's coming from page.jsx from the profile folder that we had created. So over here, name is gonna be my, and then it's gonna say profile, my profile over here, and then description would be all of this. Data for the post would be my post. Handle edit and handle delete will all be there. So we're just passing them through as props, and you should see now it changed to my profile since I'm in that profile, right? So that's why it appears there. After that, we could add in a paragraph, and that could be inside of the section tag, and that should just say description, text left, description. And there you go. Welcome to your personalized profile page. Share your exceptional prompts and inspire others with the power of your imagination. So that is pretty much it. After that, you want to loop through your data, right? So how are you going to loop it? Let's do that conventional map process that we normally do. So to do that, essentially what we have to do is, let's create a div first, div class name. And inside of that class name, we could create a margin top of 10. We could give the prompt underscore layout, and we could also give that closing div tag over there. But now the main job comes when we want to loop. So the loop process is pretty easy. All we got to do is this squiggly brackets. Inside of it, we're going to have data. Okay. And we're going to say data.map. And we're going to use the post. Let's call it as a post. We could call it as anything we want, but post. And we're normally going to have a round bracket in here. And that's how, things will be settled. And, you're going to have each of them in a prompt card. That's why I imported it earlier. Like so. Okay. Prompt card. And inside the prompt card, every prompt will have a key. And that should be the post key, post dot underscore key ID. And then we have other things like post, and that should be the post itself, the handle edit function, and then the handle delete function. Okay. And there's this logic it's a callback function. And if the handle edit exists, then it calls it. The same goes for the handle delete. Just change it to handle delete over here and handle delete over here. So if handle edit exists and the handle edit has the post, handle delete exists and the handle delete has the post. Now normally this would loop through all the posts and show them one by one, because I actually called them. It's passing through the props and they're existing here. Super cool. Now this is new prompt, and we have another prompt that I just created, and all these prompts that you just create will be in your profile. All of them will be saved. And the only thing that's left, I would say, is if I go to the prompt card, I remember that, yeah, I was just thinking that if we have the dollar, I don't know, I was just thinking, like, is it possible if we have a bracket over here like that, and backticks over here like a string template, literal? I was just wondering if this is actually possible. No, it's actually not rendering it properly. Yeah, so just leave it. Leave it as it is. So it's just good like that. It looks nice like that. Okay, so now the last thing is that we're going to have the edit and delete buttons over here, so that we could edit and delete only for the user that's logged into its own profile. I don't want everyone to be able to delete and edit posts that they didn't even have created. They only have rights. The only guy who has rights, or only person who has rights, is the person who actually created the original prompt, right? So we're in here, and now you already know that we're going to now show the option to edit and delete for each prompt on the profile page for a logged in user. So essentially, I'm going to go to the PromptCard.jsx, and I'm going to type in the things that I might need. So first of all, I'm going to go on the top and make sure I have all of these things set, like the session, the path, use path name, and the router. After that, all of this is good to go. I could go down here and I could just put in conditionals over here, that the session of the question dot user, okay, session spelling wrong, session dot user question dot user dot id, if that is equal to the post dot creator dot id. Okay, so I'm saying that the current logged in user, if that ID has the match to the post that you're looking at, and the post dot creator dot underscore ID, if those match, right, then you are able to edit and delete things. So essentially, I'm gonna say, and one other condition is the path name is also set to, is triple equal set to /profile, and you're in the profile page, right? Then what you're going to do is you're going to do the following. So, and you're going to have this following snippet. So you have the edit functionality as well as the delete functionality. So I'm going to have a div, a bigger div. And inside that div, we have the edit button and the delete button. And I'll show you how they look like in just a second. All right. So what we have here is paste, format. Okay. So if the user's ID, the logged in users matches the post creator's ID matches and the path name we're in the profile page, which is right here /profile. You already saw it, but and then we have the you should show the following. You should show the edit button, and you should also show the delete button. The funny thing is that we used a paragraph tag for these delete and edit, and we had a class name set to this all font inner text small green gradient cursor pointer means that it's clickable, so you can see my mouse changes when I hover over them. Cursor pointer allows us to do that. And you have on click handle edit, and then we have the same thing goes for orange gradient instead of green gradient. Cursor pointer again, font inner text small, handle delete does the delete job. And all of that is done, and you have all of this appearing pretty nicely. And if I go and sign out, I'm not going to have that sign and delete and so I'm not even able to see anything like that. I could just go back to the home page, and I should go to the home page, and you can see now I'm not able to edit or delete it. But when I go to sign in and go log into my account, I'm still not going to be able to see edit and delete in here. But when I go to the post over here, then I'm able to edit and delete. And you already know create post works as fine. You could add a post and it's going to save it in the database. I think that's amazing so far. Cancel goes back to its original place. And the profile page has all of these posts. Okay, and so in the last one where we finalized, the prompt card, it's displaying and everything, the information is displaying as well as the edit and delete buttons. But, the functionality for this is not actually working at all. So I'm going to have to, fix this up in this one. So we went over here in the my profile, page.jsx of the profile folder. And over here we had the handle edit and handle delete. And I said that I have to implement the endpoint APIs. So what we're going to do first is we're going to actually create those endpoints first. So, normally what I would do is I would create the endpoint for us. But right now, let's just try to write the handle edit, and then let's move on to the next part from there. So to do this, we're going to have the post over here. So over here, we want to edit something. So we're going to use the router dot push. We're going to have to move from one place to another. I'm not going to, there's one option there where you could just edit from within this part, but I want the user to go to a new, like a form page where it could edit the existing post, just like how we create a post, but it should populate the stuff and just edit it there just to make it a little more better. So let's just do that. So we're going to do router.push. We're going to take it to another page. So I have to use backticks, which is going to be a string literal. So /update hyphen prompt. And then we have question ID is equal to, then we have the $sign here. So prompt, update prompt, and then we have question ID equal to $sign, and we have the post dot underscore ID. So essentially this is the post ID, and we're passing it into the prompt ID, update prompt. We're going to have to handle all of this. So right now, let's just create the API endpoint for this, and then we'll move on to the next steps. So if I go here to the app, over here, I'm going to have the prompt folder. So I don't have a prompt folder. App. So I'm going to have API inside here, and there should be a prompt folder, correct? And inside the prompt folder, there should be an ID folder. So there's no ID folder right now at the moment. So let me just collapse this and delete all of these others. Okay, so app, API, prompt, and only folder I see over here is new. But there should be app, API, prompt, and then there should be an ID dynamic one. Okay, because I want to update now. So I'm going to create a new folder in here in the prompt folder, and I'm going to give a square bracket, and I'm going to say ID. Okay. And then inside of this ID, I'm going to create a new route.js file. So actually, that was a folder. Okay, route.js file. So essentially now it's prompt ID and then route.js. Perfecto. So now what we're gonna do is inside here, we're gonna use a couple of things like like the API that we used before. So we might borrow that. So let me see. So like the create 1 minute. So like when we were getting the prompts, this is our route. This is what we have to do. But over here, when we were in app API prompt route.js, this route where we used to find all of them, right? We could use this, reuse it. And all over here, we have to, actually create different things. First, we have to get, okay, get a certain prompt. Then we want to patch it. So patch means to update it. PATCH means to update. And the last thing is to delete. So delete. Okay. So this is just common delete. Let me just make it a little bigger. Okay. So how are we gonna go from here? Let's just initially go and import the essentials that we actually need in the beginning. So the first thing that we need is the import prompt from app models / prompt. You already know that this model was existing before. It had the ID tag and everything. And the other thing that we need here is connect to DB function. Connect to DB function. And that you already know is from the utils / database. And I said the first one is the get API endpoint, right? So just like how we did over here, I could have just pasted this, but yeah. So this is almost the same. We have export const get async function. We have the request, but now we're actually getting one single prompt instead of the others. So we're going to pass it as params. Remember, just like how we did before for the certain user, now we're just going to get for that particular prompt. And we're going to use the connect DB function in here. We're going to say, instead of prompts, we're not getting all prompts, but we're getting a single prompt. So we're going to say prompt await prompt dot find. And we're going to say find by ID. And we're going to pass the params dot ID in here. We don't have to give this entire thing. So it's just params dot ID and then populate it with the creator. All right. And inside of this, we could have a check if the prompt does not exist, right? So if the prompt does not exist, you could just return, I'm going to have it in a single line, new response. And then this should say prompt not found. All right. And we could have the status code of 404. All right. So that's essentially it. And then if it's found, it would say new response JSON.stringify prompt. And that's it. And then the catch will be failed to fetch prompt, single prompt. So we could just say failed to fetch prompt and status 500. So that's essentially the get part over here. Now we can move on to the next API endpoint, which is the patch update part. This is just going to be viewing one single ID prompt. Okay, we didn't have the power to update it. Now the updating part is going to be over here on the bottom. So to update, we're going to have export const patch, and we're going to have an asynchronous function sync request, and then we have params. So request, and inside it we have params. So we can generally have equal, so like this. So export const patch asynchronous function request, and then the params inside, just like how we did normally on the top. But the condition would be a little different over here. Again, we have a try catch. This is normal exception handling. So try and catch block. And you could say in the catch, you could just say, so what in the beginning I said fail to fetch prompt. Yeah. And over here, I'm just going to say the same. Just I'm going to have this pasted in. So return new response, error updating prompt, status 500. And the code in here would be pretty simple. What we have to do is we have to first try to connect to the DB, right? That's always the initials. So even before connecting to the DB, we're trying to request from the, request from that browser that you basically sent the proper things or not. So request.json. And I'm using await over here. Make sure to use that. You could have the const, the results inside of this bracket. So what you're going to get is actually a prompt. And you're also going to get the tag. You need to edit these two things, right? And in here now, we're going to connect to the database. So connect to DB function, and that's it. Also await for here as well. All right. And now we're going to have the final thing over here, which is actually finding the existing prompt by ID, right? So we're going to say const existing prompt. So existing prompt, and I'm going to have the await function again. And then we have prompt dot find by ID. And how are we going to find by ID? We have params dot ID. So it's essential that we have the existing prompt. We're going to await prompt. And essentially, we're getting the prompt here from this model. And we're saying find by ID. The params.id are going to be passed into this URL. So essentially, what I'm showing you here is that when I click on this prompt, it's going to take me to its ID, special ID that it has. And I'm going to create a separate dynamic page for that. That's how we're doing this API prompt ID page. Okay. And essentially that's going to be implemented there as well. So just wait until I create that update prompt URL as well. So I'm getting that URL from the ID and then trying to edit it from there. Hope you got that point. So if it doesn't exist, so I've said if existing prompt does not exist, right? Like that, not. What you could do is return just a message that says that the prompt does not exist or prompt not found. So error 404. And if it does exist, you could do the following. You could actually have the update the prompt with new data. So update the existing prompt with the new data from the request you created over there, request.json that you created on the top right here. So how are you going to do it? So right now you have the existing prompt that I just labeled, and you have to change it to the updated prompt. So essentially you could say existing prompt and change it to the prompt that's passed in right there. And existing prompt dot tag could be changed to the tag that has been passed here. And then you could just finally save it. So you say existing prompt and save all the new changes like so, and just return a response that says it has been done successfully. So return new response, successfully updated the prompts, updated the prompt. Okay. And format document looks amazing. So we have the get, we got the patch, and the last thing is the delete. Okay, so the delete is generally much more simpler, and you'll see it right now. So right now nothing is gonna be happening here. So there's no change over here, but right now we're gonna have the delete API endpoint created as well. So essentially we have export const delete, and we have an asynchronous function again, sync, and we have a request, and we also have the params again. We could edit delete, we could delete by the ID. So generally the same deal of what's going on up there. Params are the things that are coming from the URL, try and catch blocks essential, and the status code at the the failing part, error deleting prompt. And in the try, what you're going to do is normally the same stuff that I'm just repeating: await, connect to DB, and then what you have to do is you have to find it by ID, of course, and then remove it. And then there's a really cool function for this. It's prompt. Now this is the model, and you already know that the model has all of the properties and everything, but find by ID and remove and delete. So, and remove, remove. All right. So we have find by ID, prompt.find by, and then we have params the ID. So what you have here is you find the prompt by ID and remove it. Okay. Okay, cool. And what we have here now is we're just gonna, it's actually removed params ID, and then you just return a response saying that the prompt deleted successfully. Format the document, and this is how it looks like. Delete, get, patch, and delete are all done. This is how it looks like. The get, which is getting only a single prompt, patch, which is updating a single prompt, delete, which is deleting a single prompt. So we're going to be using all of this out, right? So let's go and utilize these. So complete these 3 additional endpoints that you can call from the front end side of your application. So now that we have created this, we could now actually use them within the front end side of the application. This is so amazing since Next.js provides all of this stuff within our directory, like complete Next.js. We don't have a separate thing. So inside of the app, API was where the endpoints are, but now we're going to create that profile. We're going in the profile page.jsx, and we're going to complete the handle edit. But essentially now it's trying to take us to a new update prompt page with a specified ID of the prompt, post ID. So how do I get this? And I'm using a template string to achieve something like this. So it's pretty simple. What we could do is we could actually create a new update prompt here on the top. So over here we have the app, we have the create prompt, and we are gonna have a new one which is gonna be called app folder update prompt -prompt, like so. Inside the upgrade prompt, we're gonna have a new page.jsx. This is what's happening. It's getting update prompt, and it's getting the prompt ID. I'm just having this page all settled in. Right now it's giving an error, and that's totally okay because post is not defined and everything. And we'll get all of this done. And I believe it's my post over here. Or essentially, it's going to be the post over here, which is going to be passed in as like this for the, and that that's gone. The export for the default export is not a React component in page update prompt. So it says the default export is not a React component in page update prompt. The default export is not a React component in page. You know, these type of errors you don't have to worry about right now. Just cross this out, refresh. And you just see this right now. Let's just fix it up. Don't worry, I'm getting everything done. The create prompt has the page.jsx. Okay, that was a create prompt. And now we have to go to the update prompt and also have something similar to this, right? Now this is where the power of the Next.js will appear, because look at this. If I create prompt, I have this really cool thing. I want to use the same thing but for edit prompt. So what I could do is essentially copy all of this create prompt stuff, and I could go to the update prompt page.jsx and paste it there. And what you need to change is from here, you could change it to edit prompt. From the top where the functional component is defined, you could change this to edit prompt. All right. And then you have to add some additional thing over here, which is a use effect. And we're not going to use our session at all. Update prompt. So what we also have to do is on the bottom, you can see that there's this create prompt function. But let's just comment this out first, like so. Oops. I think it's okay. And then there's the return form, and then we could just change this up as well. So let me just quickly go here. All right, so I'm gonna go to the edit, and still having some problem like use session is not defined. We're gonna have to remove this session thing up on the top as well. So over here, use session. We're not using use session at all. Back here, and now it says over here, create prompt is not defined. Yeah, and of course it is over here. We could just leave it right now to an empty callback function, and we'll change it later on. Right now you can see that this edit prompt and has the ID for that prompt inside of the URL. This is amazing. And now we're going to change this create, and just change it to edit. So what are we going to do is just change this value over here to edit, and you'll see that the whole thing will edit. Change into edit, and also edit. That is so cool. And now we want the you know, the ID that we selected from. We actually need the prompt and the tag populated here, right? So how do we do that? It's also pretty simple. What we're gonna do is the update prompt over here. Let me open this up, this thing, and let me just, instead of create prompt, we'll call this as update prompt function, and this update prompt will also be copied here. This handle, you know, handle submit. Now what's going to happen here is that update prompt has an asynchronous function. Now what we're going to do is we don't have to create an asynchronous, so I could just leave it as like this, and a lot of things are going to be removed. So I mean, sorry, I think I made a mistake. The update prompt is up there, and I said inside there's going to be a use effect, right? The use effect is being called over and over. So right now, my bad, we're not going to have to change this update prompt, but just name it, rename it, you know, do that, but just leave it as a empty callback function for now. Over here, we have to see this part where it has the submitting and the post, set post. We're going to have a use effect here. So I think I have it imported. No, I don't. So I'm going to have it imported over here as well. Use effect. And over here, let's have that imported. So use effect. And use effect has this bracket like so, and the square bracket like this. Okay. Now I'm gonna have, you know, the get prompt details, and to get this function, you could just say const get prompt details, and all the details meaning, you know, the prompt text and the tag asynchronous function over here. And this has the parentheses and this bracket up here. Okay, so let's go and do an await response. Await fetch calling that API. So /API/prompt. And now we're going to be calling the first API we created. Remember over here, where did that go? 1 second. Yeah. So remember these APIs that we created, get, patch, and delete. I'm calling the first one. That just indicates that there exists something. So /API/prompt, you could see that it's also there, /API/prompt, and then the ID, and then the route.js. So what we have to do, obviously we need the ID passed in. So the $sign like this, and then the squiggly brackets and the prompt ID inside of here. Prompt ID, where are you going to see this from? The prompt ID is gonna be inside here. So actually we need the prompt ID from the URL as well. To do this, it's pretty simple. All we got to do is search params. 1 minute. So over here we have inside this, you know, use state, we have router submitting state. Let's have some things over here. So let's have the search params is equal to use search params. So search params, use search params, and this is gonna get the URL parameters, and we could get from search params the search params. We could get the get ID. Just a second. So we're gonna get the ID from here, this one. So search params.get ID, and we're gonna put it inside a prompt ID. So const prompt ID like so. And now that we have all of that, we could simply go down here, and this is post, you know, all of this stuff is okay. Prompt ID, prompt and tag. Submitting is also okay. It's set to false and everything. But now that we have all of this, we could now finally go into that use effect, and you know, you'll understand now where the prompt ID is coming from. We actually got it from the URL. So far, so good. Now, this fetch is there. Let me call in here. But where are you going to put it? Inside of a const response, right? A const response, await fetch. Okay. And let's get the data as well. The data is going to be from the response.json. Of course, you have to put the await, and the data dot, you know, you could get the data values like that. So set the post. You see the post state over here, this one. Right now it's set to null. That's why it's not. I could just change hi, hi-o. So look at this. So if I change it right now it's use search params. Use search params is not defined. Use search params. Let's see, why is it not defined? 12 line. Okay, let me just see. Use search params function. Maybe I have to import it on the top. Of course I have to. Inside over here in the router, we have comma use search params like that. And now that error should be gone. Of course, I had that. Now look, I wrote hi-o right there, hi-o. You can see right now hi-o is there. But I don't want that. I want the original content being populated in there. You know, the one that's coming from the database. So how do I do that? It's pretty simple. I'm going to use the state set post, and I'm going to change the entire thing. How will I do it? Well, it's super easy. Just put the options object inside of here. So parentheses options object, and one by one you could start from the prompt. So essentially prompt could be what is this, data.prompt, like that. And the other one is tag. And that could essentially change from, tag is coming from, yeah, so set post, and then it has prompt and tag. So this is what's happening here. Data dot tag, like so. So now that all of this is working, refresh it, and not appearing at all right now. Just we'll see what's okay. Yes, I gotta pass it in here as well, the prompt ID. So one other thing is we want this running. So again, semicolon here, and this is only gonna, it's not invoked. That's the thing. So if the prompt ID exists, right, then you want the get prompt function, get prompt details function called. That's all it. And then paste in the prompt ID in here as well. Just type it in, prompt ID, PROMPT, like so. Okay, so now let's save it, and bang, it appears new product and product. Edit post, all of that looks amazing. Amazing. So now that all of this is done, now we just have to complete this update prompt function that will allow us to update the prompts and save them within the database. And hopefully we could just complete the delete function from there. And I'm just uncommenting this out and seeing what's what's the changes required here. So the update prompt function is after the use effect, right? So it's an async e, it was perfect event, and e dot prevent default is okay. So to prevent reload, set submitting to true. Now what we're gonna do is, if the prompt ID does not exist, okay, if the prompt ID does not exist, we're gonna return an alert saying missing prompt ID, and then we're gonna try a response, wait fetch. Now API prompt, we're not gonna get a new prompt now. We're not doing this because this was gonna create a prompt, right, and get response. I mean post, sorry, not get. Post means to add something on the, so we're not getting a but we're not adding a new prompt, but we're actually retrieving something and trying to update it. Sorry, the right word, the updating word. So what we're gonna do is dollar here, and let's just change this to string template literals, backtick API slash prompt, and then slash dollar, and then inside of this what we're going to put is your prompt ID. Okay, and the prompt ID is in there, and the backtick has to be finished here. And in the the options object, instead of post, you're going to have patch because you're updating it. Now I'm using the second URL over here, this one. Remember, a URL endpoint, API endpoint. Sorry, not API endpoint. So over here we're gonna have body JSON.stringify, and we only need the prompt and the tag. We're not even changing the user ID at all. So we don't need that. There's no concern for that. Okay, so now after that, if the response is okay, we push slash, it just goes to the home page, router.push slash, and then the catch is the error, and submitting is fine. So everything else is so damn good. Okay, now we're just gonna have over here update prompt. Update prompt over here, and that's the call for this, and save it and format document. Now that everything is perfectly configured, if we go there to the format document, so now everything is done, right? Everything is done. Go to the page, not over here, but over here. I'm gonna go back to a home page, and I'm gonna see that there's these. I'm gonna go to my own profile page. I'm gonna try to edit new prompt. So I'm gonna click on the edit button. New prompt is there, filled with product. I'm gonna say new prompt that has just been edited. Okay, I'm just gonna have that, and product edit is the tag. Click on editing. New product that has just been edited. Product edit. Success. It has been edited successfully. Let's just go now to the delete button and try to delete the prompts, right? So let's go back here into the edit. Edit is like all complete. Super cool, super exciting that edit is complete. Now all we're gonna do is we're gonna move on to the next part, which is the editing. And you already know where I could get that from, because all of this seems so perfectly configured. Now I'm going back to the page .jsx, which was the create prompt. It had the create prompt here. Okay, so this was all create prompts. I'm just gonna delete that. Over here we had the use effect. So yeah, handled edit is all done, configured perfectly. Now the handle delete part is left over here. So how do I do this? That's all pretty simple stuff. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna check my profile page.jsx file. So profile. And in here, to delete something, it's pretty simple. All we're gonna say is router dot push, and we're gonna have the backtick, and we're gonna create update. Okay, sorry, not this at all. Sorry, my bad. So what I'm gonna do here now is I'm gonna have a confirmation. So I'm gonna say const has confirmed. All right. So what I'm gonna do is we're gonna have the handle function, handle delete, and we have to confirm whether you want to delete a post or not. So push in your post in here, and let's have it const has confirmed like so is equal to confirm like that, and I'm gonna put in the text like this, and the text is pretty simple. The text is this. So Windows, there you go. So are you sure you want to delete this prompt? That's the confirmation message. Okay, and if I do, yes, it has confirmed. Now what you're seeing is that this handle delete is part of this. So whenever I click on that button, it's gonna activate this function. Let's go here, delete. It has, are you sure you want to delete this prompt? Right now it's dummy, it has nothing inside, but let's just go forward with this. Has confirmed is checked in. If you say yes to it, let's go in here and say try and catch. So again, try and catch to execute all of this. The catch is all simple, console.log error. You could do whatever you want, but I'm just doing that. Try over here is await. So await, fetch, and we're gonna have the backticks / API / prompt / the ID. Now this is the most important part. So the post ID, right? The prompt ID. So what we have is a $, and inside of it we have the post dot underscore ID. This is how it saves .toString. We're trying to change it to a string, and we're gonna pass in the options object, and inside of here we're having the method set to delete. Okay, and that's pretty much it. So what if this is successful? I put 2 commas for no reason. If this is successful, what we're gonna do is we're gonna filter the this is gonna be completely deleted, but now we have to filter the view and only give the prompts that are not deleted, and the one that has been just deleted right now, just ignore that one and just throw it out. Obviously it's going to be deleted from the database as well, but you don't want to have it displayed now. So you want to immediately show the things. So I'll say filtered posts is equal to, of course I have to put a const filtered post, my posts. So you can see that my posts were on the top over here, my state, right? So my post dot filter, and we're gonna filter based on the item. You can call it post or whatever. I'm calling it item, each post, and I'm gonna say if the item dot underscore ID. Okay, if the item's ID not equals to the post dot underscore ID, the what you just deleted, right? So just give all the filter all of them out and just exclude the one that you just deleted right now. That's what it actually means. Set my post state to the filtered posts that you just did. And that, my friends, is the delete operation. So format document. So delete post ID into a string. Let's see. Go over here. This is another prompt that I just created. Delete. Are you sure you want to delete this prompt? Okay. And it has been deleted. We go back here on the home page. Okay. Refresh it. Okay. So there, it has been deleted there, but it's still, oh. So it was deleted here, but it's not taking effect. It is gone. It is gone, but it comes back for some reason. There's a bug. Let's just fix it up. So let me go back here. So has confirmed. So what we're gonna do is essentially we have handle delete. Async has confirmed, or that has confirmed is confirmed. Fetch API prompt, and then the toString. Okay, got something out of here. Remember that I forgot to close it. Wow, I can't believe it. That had to be deleted, had to be till here. Really bad, man. And no problems. Okay, so $post._id .to_toString and method delete filtered and post set my post and all that. I think it should work now. Let's see. Refreshed. The server is still running constantly. Delete. Okay. Deleted. Go back to homepage. It still exists. And if I go back to this page, it still exists there as well. Okay, guys, so I discovered the problem, and what happened was that we had these API endpoints that were created in the prompt ID route, right? The dynamic route. So it was basically app folder, and then it has the API folder, and then the prompt folder, and then the ID dynamic route folder, and then the route.js. It had some API endpoints like the get, the patch, and then the delete one. The delete one wasn't working for some reason, and what we were having is that when we were trying to delete the post, it was removed for one instance, but when you refresh the page, neither did the post had was deleted over here as well as in the database. But I got a way to retrieve it back. So you can see right now my session did expire. Let me just log in quickly, and look at this. Google also has, you've been seeing this throughout, but it has the Google not Nextauth, but authentication, Google authentication using Google Cloud. So, and that's this is the same thing that we implemented, so it's amazing. Right now over here in the database section, you can see we have the browse collections, and inside here we have our prompts as well as our users. So now over here we just have a single prompt. Now the how I fixed it, I went to the delete API endpoint. Over here I changed find by ID and remove. So it was initially remove, and I changed it to delete, and then I tested it out and it worked. So now what we're gonna do is essentially I think my server is running, so it is running. I'm going back here, I'm signing out, I'm signing in. I'm gonna sign in with Coding Cleverly. I'm going to the create post button, and I'm gonna write this is a new prompt created for testing purposes only. So now we're gonna have, let's say, hashtag idea create. I'm gonna fix that creating thing, and now there you go. This is there and this is there. It should be reflected within the database as well. Refresh it, and you should have that prompt fed in. Awesome, right there. And also has the creator ID. Same guy, it's me, same user. And now what we're gonna do is we have a tag. We also have the v. Now what we're gonna do is we're gonna go here and you want to edit it. So you go to your account, and then you could see edit and delete. So I could just edit this. This is, you already saw the edit effect, but the delete was not working. So let's go and delete. And it says, do you want to delete this? And I'll say yes. and then it removes it, and I refresh the page, and it's gone. And if I go back to the home page, Promptopia, it's gone from there, and it's gone from the database as well. So that means that we have successfully completed this, full CRUD based application. And now there's some extra features like, suppose if I wanted to search some username. So right now, let me just grab some, let me just create some more posts. So just like 3 posts or something. So write your, let me say, I like to have a sample prompt that tells me all the code for the given instructions. I'm giving, remember, this application is used to give it to ChatGPT or some AI tool so that it could give you some cool prompts. Now tag, I could just give like featured or something. Now one thing I noticed that when I'm creating it, the button does have that spelling mistake. It's not a big issue, but I just want to correct it out because I'm going to deploy this later on. So I'm going to the, now where could this be? Now what's happening is that this is there featured. There's create another post, and in the create post, and then there's this. So it's basically over here, you can just navigate it through. So create prompt is the folder you got to go into, and then there's going to be a page.jsx file there. So I'm just going to collapse all of this, go to app, create prompt, and then page.jsx. Over here you could see that there's the create prompt, and this is the component. All right, so there's a page, and then there's a component that's being rendered. Now the create prompt has this API call as well as the router and all that. But the thing is, just a second. So I'm actually looking for the button. So I'm going back again, create components. Let's go to app, create prompt, page.jsx. And this is the create prompt. And it has the create form. Yes, I think we got to go to the form. Yes, form component. And in the form component, we have your AI prompt and field of prompt. Yep, it has the development and everything, and it has cancel, and there you go. So it was in the form component, and we have to change this from typing. So it's like create to type. Yeah, so create like that, create and dot 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 dot, and then type or edit dot 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 dot. It's just gonna tell it whether it's submitting or not, and I think that normally fixes it. Let's have another one. This is another AI prompt that I can give to ChatGPT. Now the thing is, I want you to, inspired. I don't know. I want you guys, now check that, create, and that worked. And 3 of them are existing. Amazing. Now, one thing is, I want maybe another Google account. So I'll go and use one of my other Google accounts. So this one, and I'm gonna have Promptopia signed in here. And over here, you can see my Google account, and I'm just gonna give it. Now you can see that there's there in my profile. I don't have anything, right? So I could create a post over here, and I could say, this is my first prompt created on Promptopia. All right, Promptopia. All right, so let's say new. Okay, I'm just having hashtag new. So create, and wow, we got 4 prompts there. So I could just add more. So let's say this is another prompt I created, getting really like the app, should subscribe to Coding Cleverly. All right, and over here we're gonna have, let's suppose hashtag. No, we don't have to type in the hashtag, but YouTube. All right, create, and there you go. Wow, we have a lot of prompts. Going back to our original one, I'm gonna refresh, and you can see now there's so many prompts there. Amazing. And only the ones that belong to me are existing here, and I could edit and delete them from there. Obviously the edit one works. Click on the edit, and then the prompts, fulfill. edited for the second time. All right, and edit. Now you can see for the second time, all of this has been edited. Refresh and you'll see a lot of prompts have been fed into this database. They're all stored. So wow, that's amazing. And then the users are now 2 since I actually logged in with another Google account. And this is going to go on and on. So now you have a really nice working functional application. But one of the things that are missing is that we don't have search for a tag or a username. When we want to search, it should conveniently display the thing. So I'm going to add this feature right now. And then I want to add a feature whenever I click on someone's profile, it should take me to their profile page instead of my own profile page visit. But I want to just view their profile and see all their prompts that they just created throughout this entire process when they logged in and created this account on this platform. So to do first feature is the search feature. So I'm going to try to search the thing. Okay, now we're going to have to implement the search, and we have to have like 3 different things. So we could either search by prompt, like either I could just type something within this prompt and it would just populate that, like AI prompt, and the AI prompt Coding Cleverly one should come. Or I could implement by tag. So if I say hashtag inspired, and it should give me only those prompts that have hashtag inspired with it. And the third name is by username. If I just type in Har Siftikar, it should give me only the prompts that have Har Siftikar in it. So those cards that could be there. So to get all of this done, I normally have to go to one file, and that file is actually in the feed.jsx. So I'm going in here. I'm going to close all of these things out now. I'm just going to cross all this stuff. All right, so let's go here, and I'm gonna go to the let's go to the components and feed.js. That's what I want to say. Now over here, what I'm gonna do is I'm going to first of all use client, use state, use effect, prompt card list. All of this is correct. And then inside of this feed functional component, what I want to have is some use states. So we have the search text, right? Search text was there existing, but we never had got a chance to use it. And one other one is square bracket search timeout. So timeout, set search timeout, like so. And we have use a state, so like so. And we could have that set to null, so like that. And then we have one more, which is const searched results, comma set searched results, set searched results, and this is equal to a use state. Okay, so these are like search results that happen after when you search. So these are the use states that I'm going to use: search timeout, set searched results, and search text. All right, so we have the posts that we already had before as well. So we might as well have this on the top. So right, let's have it here, and one second. So over here, and this should be a little bottom, and I'll just call these as search states. So with a comment, search states. Okay, so now within this, we have handle search change that we never had got a chance to create, right? But we just left it over there. And then we have this use effect that has this fetch post function, and it's fetching all the posts, which is what we need to get all the posts. But we don't have the functions that normally have for handle tag click and handle search change, what you can see over here. So handle tag click over here does exist, but there's nothing related to, okay, there it is, handle tag click. It's coming here, but actually there's nothing there, right, implemented. Or so well, let's get the the first thing up and ready. So since I had this use effect, I could actually do the following. I could have this, or I could do the other way around. What I could do is have this use fetch post function just added here. I'm going to bring handle search. Wait a minute. So I have use effect like this now. I'm going to have handle search change on the bottom over here. I'm going to have use effect on the top like this. So it's just like this. It's just calling the function fetch posts. Okay. Nothing else. I did it pretty simple over here. And this is totally allowed too. So I just cleaned it up, the use effect. And you already know it's going to load. for the first time whenever the page loads. So it's going to be called fetching post. It's going to get the AI prompts and all that. But let's have to filter them based on, you know, our query selection. So to do that, I'm going to have a function which is called filter prompts. So const filter prompts, and that should be search text, and then we have arrow, and then inside of it we could have const regex, and you know, we have new reg expression, regular expression, and then inside of that we could have the okay. And the thing is, we have search text in here. We could put in the search text in here as well as some I. Now this I will be helpful for case insensitive queries. Okay, search queries. So I flag is for case insensitive search. All right, case insensitive search. So you know, use smaller or lowercase, uppercase or lowercase. Both searches would be catered towards search text, and we could have return posts dot filter, and we could have them based on the item, and you could just name it anything, and in here you could have regex dot test, and it could have item dot creator dot username. And you might be asking, where am I getting all of this? Well, this is all provided in the schema and everything. So I'm following this pattern. So regex dot item, regex dot test regex text item dot tag. The last thing is, or regex. This is catering for everything, right? Test item username tag, or the last thing was the prompt. So regex, like I said, we need the search catered for 3 different components, and the username, the tag, or the prompt. And that's how this is going to be done. Okay, so I should have that closing round bracket in here, and I'm just gonna try to fix up this formatting. So let me just have this semicolon here, a semicolon in here, and to fix the formatting, I'm just gonna use format document. Of course, that looks so elegant. And now we have handle search change function in here. So you might be asking, like, what do we do in this search change? Now filter prompts, you're just gonna filter the prompts based on the query. So filter the prompts based on the search query. That's the entire goal for this. So I could just add the following comment on the top: filter the prompts based on the search text query. And then the handle search change will be the function that handles this thing. So the thing is, I might have to add a timeout. So I could add a search clear timeout of search timeout, and you could know that this is coming from here, and clear timeout. Okay, so clear timeout colon search timeout, that came up from there. Set search text to e.target.value. Whatever's inside the input field will be set to search text. And then you could use the following method, which is called the bounce method, to set a search timeout, and try to do all the operations. So I'm gonna paste that in here, and it has a timeout arrow function which has const. So it's actually an arrow, an arrow symbol, and then after that const search result filter prompts. Filter prompts again is this what we use. Search text is going to be the e.target.value, and it's filtering it based on that, and it's going to set search results, this one, to the search result that you brought from here. So all are being used together to create something really impressive. The last thing that we need is the tag click. Like I said, we want to have the ability to click on a tag, and then it should populate within this form. So that function is also pretty simple. We could have this, and it says handle tag click, and we have tag name. Again, remember that we had handle tag click here. So tag name, this is in the parameter. So search text, set search text. Again, search text is going to be the form text, and that's going to be the tag name. Const search result. Now filter prompts, again, you're using filter prompts and you're putting that tag name inside of the filter prompts. The filter prompts will have, you know, this regex thing going on, and it will give you the search result. And after that, the search results will be in the set searched results. And I hope you got all of this. Looks, you know, understandable. So all of that should be done. And all we got to do is in the handle tag click part over here, we just have to call handle tag click. 1 minute. Handle tag click. And this should, you know, do the handle tag click part. So let me see. So inspired has the inspired text, right? But obviously when I press enter, the search is not going to happen until I do the following. So what I have to do is I have to do some conditional based rendering. So it's going to be this, and it's going to be search text. Okay, if the search text exists, then what? Then have a prompt tag that has the following, like this. So it has a prompt card list and has the data will be filled with search results, and the handle tag click will be handle tag click. Okay, else you have the following, the default one, you know, having everything there. So this is just the conditional rendering. Looks easy. Format document, and let's just see how it works. Now it should work. So now we got inspired, and there you go. It just automatically gave me the text that I only had inspired. If I had type in AI prompt, like lowercase or uppercase, look, AR prompt. So okay, PROM AI. Okay, it's not coming. Wow, AI. I don't know. It thought it came. Okay, let's see. AI prompt. Okay, that one's not working. But let's look for tag. So username coding cleverly. Or maybe I have to search it. I think I did. AI search. And I think it brought me AI something. I don't know. But let's see. Let's say coding cleverly. Oh, it's you know, doing it without for even me having to enter the enter button. And there are three different coding cleverly posts. This is based on my username. Based on the tag, if I do hashtag YouTube, there you go. Hashtag YouTube. It's not gonna have it, but I'm gonna have YouTube. Just tag, you just have to enter like YouTube or anything, and it should populate it and find it. So there. And then the last one is by, I'm trying to have by, okay, maybe what I think is not part of that, but this is going to be entirely like that. So if I copy this entire thing, okay, this is, so yeah, it's searching by username and it's searching by tag. And let's just see. No, so it's going to search by username and tag. And prompt. Okay, I think the prompt should work as well. And what I'm gonna do now is you know, try to debug this because the prompt has to work as well. So tag username, tag prompt, I filter item. All of this sounds good and everything looks good. So I could either, you know, restart the server. Let's see. And run it again. Okay. All right. I'm not going to be logged in. It takes some time to connect with the database, but once it does, and then, you know, everything seems to work. But right now, just compile it. So, like, you know, it had to do it because I had that condition set over here as well. The reg expression, search text, and it has return posts dot filter, and we have item regex dot test, item dot creator dot username, item dot tag. All of these two work, and this last one, oh my god, I had to type in item over here. What am I doing? Item dot prompt, and this now should work with the prompt as well. Perfectly done. Okay, it's taking a little time, but refreshed it. Oh, finally things came, and let's so now you know, I said AI, and there you go, the AI one came. And if I say this is another prompt, so I'm right, this is another, see that? But prompt, if I wrote in capital, it doesn't really matter because it's case insensitive. Perfectly done. The search feature is done. If I press enter, it goes back to its place, but it's just, you know, manually doing it. I mean, automatically doing it, not manually. And our search feature is absolutely completed. The last feature that we want is when I click on someone's user profile, like right now I'm coding cleverly, but I want to go to hire Siftikar and see all of his posts. Like he created two, and I want to see all of them instead of my own ones. Like I have my profile and has only my 3 ones, and I'm able to edit and delete them. I don't want to be able to edit and delete those. That's not possible, but it just has to have that view. How can I do that? It's really easy. What I'm going to do is I'm going to have a dynamic, you know, profile. So what I'm going to do is, you could see over here that when we go to someone like my own profile, I go there. Oh, you already know that we have the clipboard functionality too, right? So I could just copy and, you know, paste this text, maybe put in ChatGPT or something. Now I want to go to, this is slash profile, but what I want to do is I want to do slash profile. Then I want to have slash ID based on the ID of the user. So I'm going to have ID question and put the question ID in here, and then slash name is equal to, you know, the username, like hire Siftikar, and that should only give me the you know, the username. I have a dynamic system that I want to do. Let's go first the ID. I know the ID is going to be dynamic, so you already know what to do. The thing is, go here and go to profile, look, so app, profile, and then this page, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to have the profile, and then inside of this profile folder, we're going to have the ID folder. And I mean, the ID folder will be like this with square brackets generally. And then inside of this, we have page.jsx file. Okay, now this is going to be almost the same thing like our original profile page.jsx, so that it contains within the profile. Let me just copy this entire thing and I'll show you what are the changes that are required. The first thing is change this my profile to user profile, because this is going to be for every user. Up here on the top as well, just change it to user profile. Okay, so now what you want to do is you want to basically not use a session anymore, because that's going to be based on the user, so that's not there. And the router, we are going to use search params to get the parameter URL, so the ID of the user and all the information from the URL, and then, you know, modify it within our code. So we have to change this API that we're, you know, calling, just to modify it and get it based on the other user. Okay, so what we're going to do inside here, we have we're going to have params in here, so params like that. And over here we have the following. So like I told you that I don't need router, I don't need session, and I need, first thing I need is search params. So search params like so, and I could have that as use search params, and I could have the use search params like this. You might be asking, where am I getting there? Search params, and after that you could use search params dot, and we could have get and then we have name. Okay, we're gonna get the name, and we're gonna call that as username. Remember, I'm getting that from the parameter, and I'm just gonna call that as username. And this my post user state, you could just rename to user posts. Okay, and set user posts. All right, so I just make that capital. Okay, like that, conventioning, following the conventions. All right, so everything else looks good. If you go to the fetch posts function, all of that is good, but we have to modify this await fetch. So API users session, we're having session over here, dot user ID. Now we're not going to use session, but we're going to be using params. So have the user over here removed, and this should be params dot ID, question dot ID, because remember I told you that we're getting the ID and slash post, and set my post. This will turn into a user post. Okay, and again, wherever the session is, change it to params. So params question dot ID and params question dot ID, like that. You don't need handle edit or handle delete. Just remove all of this. So just want to check, where is this closing? Let me see. Okay, perfect. Handle delete this, and handle edit. Okay, good. And over here you have return profile, right? Profile card. We're gonna use that profile card again, but instead of we're gonna change this to now username. Username will be the username. Like suppose if I click on it, 1 minute. So if I click on it, suppose right now obviously my post is not defined. My post, it's gonna be user post. So this is gonna be changed right now. So over here we're gonna have user post, and handle edit and handle delete don't even exist. So we'll just delete these. And now this is over here, right? Now profile. You can see the profile ID question. I clicked on hire Siftikar, and what I want here is I want the ID. I don't know why. Okay, so what I want is that when I click on hire Siftikar, it should give me this username in the URL that doesn't give it, and you can just collect it. And then when I see the profile, like I see over here my profile, it should say hire Siftikar's profile, all right? And then it's gonna be modified message, and then like that. So name is like that. User post, welcome to, and then we're gonna have your personalized, and we're gonna say instead of this, first of all, we want to modify the entire string. To modify the entire string, you could select the whole string like this. All right, and then have shift and 1 minute. So I think it's, yeah, shift and the opening bracket, but I'm not that. Shift and backtick. Wow, it's not happening. Or maybe like that, backtick. Yeah, so not having anything, but just type in backtick, and remove these strings from the top. And this is your this is, oh wow, I think I needed both. So what I need is I need this bracket as well as the backticks remain there, but I need these closing squiggly brackets inside. Now I could modify the string. So welcome to, and I'll say over here, I'll just have the $, and then this bracket again, and I'll say user name over here, and then like that. I can modify now username's profile page, explore, and then usernames again. So I could say explore, and then we have explore, and then we have $ again, and over here we have username again, usernames, exceptional prompts. So data, usernames, and this should take care of everything. Right now it's not going to take effect. Why? The thing is, I don't have a click thing, click functionality for that. I have to implement that. And you might be asking, where do I where do we have to do this? But remember, think about this. This is the home page. It's page.jsx normally, you know, the main one in the app folder. And then inside of this was feed.jsx, remember? And the feed has the prompt cards, right? So these are prompt cards, right? These, all of them are prompt cards. So let's explore. Let's go first to the main one. What was it? Page.jsx of the app folder. I'm showing you how to navigate. So page.jsx. Inside of here, we had the feed, right? Feed contained all the cards, prompt cards 1, 2, 3, you know, all these cards that you're seeing 1, 2, 3, 4. Now we need to modify the prompt card because we want to change the, either we want to click on the photo, the username, or the email, and then it should lead us to their own profile page. So we go to the feed, and you can see that there's prompt, filter prompts, and all that, you know, the new things that we added. Then there's prompt card list, and the prompt card list was a self, you know, component that was actually created within, you know, a component. And over here there's a prompt card. Now this is the prompt card. Control click on it, you'll go in the prompt card JSX.jsx component. Over here you could see that there's handle copy, and then you could see over here that there's this div, and within this div you have the things that you're looking for: the image, the username, and then the email. So wow, we have it within this div, but we have to create a function that could, you know, essentially use that profile, you know, not, you know, redirect it to that. So how do we do this? Pretty simple. All you got to go to the prompt card JS.jsx. Up here on the top you have router. All right, so what we have is use router. That's perfect. And what we're going to do is we're going to have a function here, and it's going to be called handle profile click. All right, handle profile click, like that. It's a component. Okay, I mean, sorry, it's a function. And over here, let's just have a console.log. 1 minute. Console.log. You could have either the data being shown. Now, I mean, sorry, not the data, but the post. Sorry, post. Post is part of this. And if you want me to activate it, this is the div I was talking about within that has the image, it has the username and the email. So this div, right? We could have an on click in here. So on click, and you could have handle profile click. So I actually added that function in here. I go to this, I go to the inspect console, and let's click on one profile. Ignore these. I could you know, remove these using Control and L. Now if I click on someone's profile, like suppose this, you could see that the whole thing came over here, whole object. And what was it? Post. Now post has this ID, it has the creator, it has, this is my first prompt, right? This one, Promptopia. I have all of this, and you could see over here we have an object. It has creator, prompt, tag, and all that. And creator has an image, username. That's so much data. So that's amazing. Now let's just go back and, you know, get all of that done. So instead of, you know, you could have it logged in, so it doesn't matter. But the main thing is you want to redirect it, right? So you want to have, if, you know, if the post dot, you have the, you click on your own post, suppose you just have to go to your own profile page, right? So if the post.creator._ID, now you might be asking, like, this is the thing I was talking before. Inspect console, click on this. Now there's this _ID, right? This is the ID of the user. That's now, right now, this is me coding cleverly. My ID is completely different from the other account's ID. So we could just compare our ID if that matches the session's ID, right? And we're using session over here, triple equal to session dot question dot user, and then we have dot ID. If that exists, then what we do is we simply return the router dot push to that custom profile page of that user. So like so. And that's just going to take you to your own profile page no matter what. This is going to happen. So what I did wrong was after I had these brackets, and I guess everything seems Okay. One other thing that I've done wrong is that I had to have this closing bracket over here. Okay, so let me just show you how it looks like. So it says if post.creator._id is equal to session question.user.id, then what you want to do is, like what I said, is that if you click on your own profile, if you click on your own prompt card, right, profile, which has the email picture or anything, just return it to your own profile page, right? That's actually exactly what we want. Okay, so what is this? Why do we have red over there? So I just go there. And the other thing is, let me just have a semicolon here. The other thing is, so this is like, you know, those one condition. So that's why I just put in one line. The other thing is, if that's not the case, right? If you clicked on something else, just go router.push, and you have to go backticks. I'm using /profile, and I'm gonna have based on the information that I got from the post, right? So what we do is $, and we have, remember I was using ID. I was manually doing it. So /profile/ID. So we're gonna have post.creator._id, and we have question name is equal to, and then the same thing, name is equal to $. We have again post.creator.username. Perfect. And I think that's amazing. Now this should work. /profile/ post.creator._id, question name is equal to post.creator.username. All right, so let's just format document again, and let's see how this works. Go here. Ignore this because I'm going to refresh. All right, so I'm going to someone else's profile. I'm logged in as Coding Cleverly. Hires if the car profile. Let's have that '*s. Welcome to Hires if the car's personal profile page. Explore Hires if the car's exceptional prompts and inspire others with the power of your imagination. So look at that. It just shows me that person's profile picture and all of the prompts that it created. Let me just add that apostrophe, and I guess we are golden. Where could that be? It's going to be in the dynamic profile. It's going to be in the ID, and then the page over here we have Hires if the cars. Okay, so it should have been there. Let me just quickly see it. So it's called page.jsx. So we have welcome to $username '*s personalized profile page. Yeah, why not up here? Oh yeah, right here. So no, wait a minute. Oh yeah, so it's just like that. Hires if the car profile. Or you could just have, you know, let's say backtick, $, and this, and then we have ''s. I don't know if this is gonna work, but I'm just checking out. So we have $, let's see, and there you go. Hires if the car's profile. Of course, it's lowercase, but you know, it's kind of okay. Coding Cleverly's profile. It looks good. I would say it looks good. All right, so these are all the features that were implemented. Now I'm finally going to deploy this online. So to deploy this, we're going to use Vercel.com. And I have I'm going to use my own account over here. So let me just cross all of this stuff out. I'm going to Vercel.com. And what will you ship? So what we're going to do is we're going to log in. We're going to log in with our GitHub account and just authenticating. Quickly log in. And you can see a lot of my old projects that I've created. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to first go in this, this is the repository. I'm going to go and reveal in File Explorer. you can see this this is Promptopia. So this is the entire folder structure. This is our Git file, and we want to have to put it on GitHub as first as well. So we have to go to github.com, and I'm gonna go to github.com and also create a repository here. So we're gonna go here, and we're gonna click on plus new repository, and I will call it Promptopia Promptopia. We have Promptopia, and we have -live. Promptopia live, or I'm just gonna call it Promptopia. To be honest, I have it. Public and create repository. Now what we want to do is we want to push all of the code. So to do that, it's pretty simple. All you got to do is you have to go here, CMD, and you have Promptopia opened up here. You go follow the instructions that are provided here. So manually, first you could have git add dot. This is gonna, since I already have a git repository, since I already created one when I created this, it has a git repository, so I could have a git add dot, so git commit -m, I'll call it first commit. I don't have to initialize, that's what I said. And this had all these things, right? Then after that, you have to follow this git branch -m main branch. And now after that, we have git, you have to add this line, which is git remote add origin, and then the name of the repository. So just add that, link it to the repository like this. It's gonna link it. And then the last thing is git push -u, 1 minute, git push it's smaller. Okay, git push -u origin and then main. And then once I do this, it should upload everything to GitHub, refresh this page, and everything is there. Amazing. So now all of the stuff is on GitHub. Go to vercel.com, click on, you already logged in as your GitHub, go to add new project, and what you're gonna do is, oh yeah, one other thing I forgot to do before deploying this is that I put my .env file, which is not a good thing to do at all. So what you're gonna do is you're gonna have to redeploy again. So I'm going to .env, and you don't want it shared, so node modules also is not required. So go to the gitignore, and over here you can see dependencies, and then we have /node modules /pnp.js .yarn install, and then the last thing what you'll do is .env right here. And now you can see it's a little grayed out or something. 1 minute. So save env. Yeah. So if I just type in .env, yeah, like this .env, it should be grayed out. Let's push it again. So git add dot git commit -m fixed, or git push -u origin and then main. Now check this out. It's pushed. Now let's go back to the repository. Why are we in our new repository? Doesn't make sense. All right, let's go back. I don't know why this came. Yeah, we're in Promptopia. Okay, so over here we have refreshed one more time. All right, so oh, .env still is there. I put in my git ignore, but I don't know why it didn't ignore it. Okay, so github.com/promptopia. Just 1 second. Let me ignore that. Okay. Going back to the folder structure, testing, Next.js, production build, debug, Vercel, TypeScript, local env files. Okay. As .env. Let's just add it. I don't know, .env. It's not getting grayed out. /. slash dot env. It's not getting grayed out at all. Dot env. Dot. Let me just check out quickly. So it was in the dependencies slash modules, yarn, and then we have dot forward slash env dot slash env. So it seems like it's not, disabling. Like this is grayed out. It should have been grayed out for that as well. So if you know the fix for this, just let me know. Right now I'm trying to gray it out. .env. I don't know. And the thing is, one time I tried it and I wrote it 2 times and then it was grayed out, but I don't know why it's not capturing it right now. Probably I'm not doing it right. There's got to be something different, and maybe the production. Let's say. So I know that's inside reveal in file explorer. I know that the .env is within this. So it's right here. So what we have to do is we have to put in the .git ignore. I'm going to use my friend ChatGPT for help. And I'll say 1 minute. Okay. And I'll say I want to ignore my .env file in my .git ignore file. They are both present in the root directory of my project, how this is my .git ignore at the moment. I'll just show what happened. This is the content, and let's see what it does. Okay, so it says over here your .git ignore looks good, and it already includes a line for ignoring local environment files. However, it seems that you want to specifically ignore the .env file without considering the .env local. To ignore only the .env file, you can add the following line to your .git ignore. So local env.env. This will ensure that only the .env file is ignored and any other local environment file .env will not be affected. After making this change, Git will not track changes to the .env file and won't include it in your file. Your .git ignore file looks good. And it already includes a line for ignoring local environment files. Hash local environment files .env asterisk .local. However, it seems that you want to specifically ignore the .env. To ignore only the .env file, you can add the following line to your Git. I'll say write the entire fixed .git ignore for me. That's it. Now it writes the whole thing down. It has dependencies, it has testing, it has Next.js, production, miscellaneous, debug, local environment, Vercel, and that. I mean, it did change the thing. There was a conflict going on with this thing. So if I paste this one, it should have it ignored .env. Interesting enough. Okay, so what we're gonna do is now we're gonna push it. So I mean, yeah, turn that server off, and let's keep sorry, CLS git add dot git commit. Okay, yeah, git commit -m fixed again, git push -u origin, and then we have main. All right, so now that we have that out of the way, we could go to the GitHub file and refresh this, and it's it's totally okay. So we're fine with what we have right now. You know, we have all of it there. Let's just go to Vercel and try to deploy it. So over here we go to Vercel. We have to go over here, import third-party Git repository, because these other ones don't exist. Sorry, not that. But what we have to do is we have to search, and we're gonna have to import. So the thing is, I want to search the repository which is called Promptopia. So I don't have it, so I just GitHub app permissions. You're gonna have the old one is there, but not the new one, and you have to go over here. So hire a bit install authentication code. I don't have it at the moment. User password. Okay, so my password is gonna be 1 second. Games. Password for GitHub. Oh yeah. 1 second, guys. All right. So this is the password. And finally, we logged in, and says Vercel for GitHub automatically deploys your PRs, pull requests to Vercel. Preview every PR live without any configuration required. For more information, see our documentation. And all you got to do is you got to have to allow select repositories, all repositories, okay? Or you only select ones. But you know, I'm gonna select all the repositories. You could do that, and you could have, you know, you could select the one you want. I'll just have the one I want. So I want this one. I'll click on this, and I'll just say save. And this should go back here, and it should give me this. Now I could click on Promptopia, which is 10 minutes ago, and import it. Now you can see that the project's name is like that. The framework preset is Next.js. Root directory is this. All of them are good, and build and output settings are just like that. Environment variables I could add right now, but I'll add them later on. So I'll tell you the reason for that as well. The reason is because if I go to the environment variables, the localhost port, these things have to change to the deployed links URL. That's why I have to wait until it's deployed. So deploy, clicking on it, of course, you're going to have some kind of issue. So that's totally okay. We're going to have to fix all of that. But let's see. We're going to take a moment or so. And it's taking longer than expected. Wow. Of course, there's a problem, but I don't know why it's taking too much time. But yeah, we'll do it hopefully within a minute or so. Okay, there you go. So we have a little bit of problems. We're gonna have to fix those. If I look, continue to dashboard, you can see over here we have this link. You could visit it, open a new tab. It's gonna open it up, and it has problems right now. One is that I sign in, the authentication won't work. Okay. The other thing is right now it's working with this, which is okay. Now what we have to do is we're gonna have to go to the options over here, settings. I'm gonna go to environment variables, and I'm gonna have to add in environment variables here. So from here. So the thing is, let's get this link. This is useful now. Copy and go here into my folder and replace the localhost with this, and Same goes for here. I remove the slash from the back like that. So, you know, like this. And pretty much that's it. So you could go one at a time and, you know, add them. So let's add one by one. So next auth secret, go here. Well, actually now it's here. And next auth secret, and you're gonna go. Let me just do it side by side right here. It's gonna be a little more convenient. So, all right. So next auth, copy this entire string and paste it here, and then add another. Then we have this one. The order doesn't matter. You could have it any order you want. So next auth internal, copy this and paste it here. Then add another. The top one, which is next auth URL, and have the same URL. So you can just copy this URL again, copy and paste. Add another, the MongoDB URI, copy, paste, and copy the MongoDB URI from here, and copy and paste. Add another, and it's going to be the Google client secret, copy, paste, and then this client secret key. And don't worry for those who want to use this. This is not, you know, it's useless and it's just going to be removed, you know. So I would recommend getting your own credentials out. You know all the process. I taught you everything. So, you know, you could use your credentials to get everything. So just copy all of this and paste it here. All right, let's go here, and I could just click on save here. Okay, added environment variable. So successfully, all these environment variables are added. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And that's all we need. One other thing that we have to do is we have to go to you know, the cloud, Google Cloud Console, and we have to change the callback there because there's an issue with the authentication. So we're gonna go to that website again. So it was called cloud.console. So it's called cloud console.cloud.google.com. And we go to our Promptopia project. Yeah, we're on our Promptopia project. So click on here. Right. App and API and services. We go to OAuth consent screen. And I mean, we had it 1 minute. So let's just go Google Cloud Console. I'm finding that thing. Dashboard recommendations. Let me see. Dashboard. Yeah. So, 1 minute. Okay, so Promptopia and all that. Add people. Go to project settings. Let's go there. IAM. Sorry. I can't find the where are they? It's gonna be over here somewhere. So Promptopia, cloud status, APIs, API view. Okay, credentials. See, there you go. We're in Promptopia and credentials. Over here you have the OAuth 2.0 client IDs. Click on this, and just click on this, web client 1. After that, go down. Over here you have authorized JavaScript origins. What you're gonna do is you're gonna get the URL, the Vercel one, the live one, right? So this one, copy the entire link and just paste it here. Add URI and paste it here. Okay. And the other thing is authorized redirect URIs, sorry. You're gonna have this one added as well as one more. And that has this API/auth/callback and then /Google. and you just should click on save. It should take 5 minutes to propagate everything, and once everything is done, our authentication would work as well. So let's move back to our app. This is locally deployed, but let's look at the live one. So clicking on this, of course there are things that you can see that everything is saved. I could go to this is the app link, so refresh it. Right now it's just like that. Sign in. Okay, right now it's not gonna work. It's gonna take some time, but hopefully after some time, the authentication would propagate. Wow, it worked. So I'm logged in to my own account, and I could create a post. This is an this is a prompt. I'm writing all caps. Created when deployed. All right, and then I could just write the tag as live, LIVE, create, and it didn't exist right now. And the reason behind that is it's taking a little bit of time for MongoDB to be configured as well within the over here. So we have MongoDB URI. So hopefully it's going to take some time. But once it is, everything will be reflected and everything should be working. Yeah. So I'm going back here and just verifying, but I believe it's gonna work, hopefully, with some time. But this is a prompt created when deployed. You see that it's saved over here on my database, and it's just gonna take some time to fetch it. Since the deployment or everything, like a redeploy. So over here we go deployments. Click on this one. This is our deploy. Oh, okay. So one thing is it might change my redeploy. When I redeploy it, it might change my URL. Let me see. So redeploy. The following domains will point to your new deployment. 1 minute. So yeah, alpha 6. What a minute. What is this? This is the thing, right? Wait a minute. So is this one alpha 6? This is my link. Oh yeah, one other thing I wanted to tell was that you have to go to MongoDB and you have to go to the network access and you have to allow everyone. So this must be there. You go add IP and it should have access list entry and comment. You should allow everyone. So 0.0.0.0/0 includes your current IP address and everyone so that it could access everything. And then, it should work and everything should, work fine. So this is just a live link over here. And I'm back here to this post. I'm just seeing that use existing build cache. The following domains will point to your new deployments. I'll redeploy it. Let's see what happens. Deployment created successfully. Okay, it's building it. I'm hoping that it doesn't change the URL because I'm gonna have to change those things again. But let's see. Because I might have to change the environment variables within this Vercel app and then the Google Cloud again. I'll have to change based on the new URL. But let's see. If it's deployed perfectly, then everything should be fine. Then you can see over here, this is my commit that I created. It's called fixed again. Remember that commit I did? And then the main branch you can see from the source. I'm gonna use this same link so you can see over here. It is alpha 6, so it is there. Let's look at this. old link, and it's still there. And this is a prompt created when deployed. Congratulations, everyone. We have created an amazing application, and it has all the features that we need. It is super cool, super sweet, coding cleverly. Of course, that was existing, and then the usernames, and then the sign-in functionality, and the edit features, and all the cool things that you might want to see have been existing in the application. Thank you so much for watching this video. Please subscribe to the channel. It will mean a lot to me. And I would give a huge shout out to the original creator of this project. It is no other than the JavaScript Mastery YouTube channel. He has this entire crash course on this. But he, you know, some of the extra things like the features he told to implement, I implemented those features as well. Although he gave hints and tips. And then, you know, we deployed it online. And you could basically learn from this, as well as, you know, make something even better or create your own project with the concepts that you've learned here. Shout out to him. Absolutely. He's a true legend. And I'm going to put his link on the description as well. Subscribe to him, and subscribe to me. Thank you so much for watching this whole crash course. If you've been there through, and if you're still not subscribed, you should definitely subscribe. That will just help me out, and hopefully I could make more and more lengthy based project videos just like this, so that, you know, you understand how to, you know, get through things. And a lot of the bugs and issues that I go through, I normally, you know, try to go with you guys and see how we could fix them. So thank you. Still seeing you guys next time. Thank you so much. Peace out. Bye bye.